If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them.
If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam them.
We live. Sorry it took me so long. I was looking for a specific clip in a certain point of time, but now that I found it, we can get on with the show. So, everybody crashing out. Every Negro that I've seen in online attacking Umar Ifatunde, aka Umar Johnson, for him being a quote unquote anti-reparations, right? I'm just gonna get into that right away before I blast off into anything else, which is mind-boggling to me because they're not focused on the specifics of what he was saying. They were merely focused on the fact that he don't want us to have reparations. That's not the case. And even if he were to explain it in context, which I think he did, I don't think he has to explain it any further. I think y'all get the drift. Is that you're just merely focused on money? You're focused on money. You figured a debt is being owed, which it is. He never stated. Umar never stated anything about you not having reparations. He stated that you should not, meaning you shouldn't have this because you don't know how to act, which most of you don't. But that's here nor there. The fact that if you get it, you get it, right? And you're free to do with the money or monies, however they're going to pay you in capita. Or if they don't pay you, it's going to be in bloodshed. You can do it free to do whatever the hell you want to do with it. Just do me a favor. Do me one small favor. Don't complain to anyone, African American, Black American, or no, about what happens during or after you get the money. 10 years from now, it's not going to even matter. 10 years from now, it's not going to even matter. Now, this is if they decide to give you reparations. Let me put myself on camera. If these people, whether it be the government or otherwise, decide to give you reparations, guess what? What you plan on doing with it, and I heard plenty of Negroes complain about or say this, and it kind of lets me know when they say these particular things that I'm going to be mentioning, it lets me know how low in the totem pole, how far we have fallen from grace. You are going to spend your money on weed, clothes, hoes, and area codes. That's all you're going to spend it on. I remember I vaguely, no, I did hear a brother say that in one of these podcasts, which is just completely funny, but I don't even want to waste my time with it because it was just too funny. Umar is he's a sellout. Who wants to sell out? Okay. Umar don't do nothing for his people. Okay. All right. He's helped many men and women and children. He does what he can. He can what he does. I just wish I wish he would have earlier on advisors and like helpmates to help him out with certain things when it comes to business a little earlier, stage earlier on when he first got to school. If he would have had those particular ones that would tell him the truth about what the school, what this needs and what that needs and this and that and this the third, a little earlier on, things would have been a progress. Things would have been a work in progress I would say 3 years ago. But now that we're here, it's only been 5. People have their own numbers. It's been 10 years. It's been 20 years. It's been 15 years. It's been 12 years. It's been this. It's been that. It hasn't been that long. It has not been that long. He was looking for a school then, but now that he has found the school and it's been 5 years, which is at the right point, because usually when you're doing stuff by yourself, it usually takes longer than that. But due to the fact that he's has work, he's had all this and this, workers inside the building helping him, fix things. He's had contractors fix things. We're on the right track. It's just to the point where if he's going to open it or not, which me personally, I don't give a fuck, because most of y'all don't even deserve shit. It's just like what he said. You don't deserve reparations. Why? Because you always fuck up gonna fuck up the money. And when you fuck up the money and a young man gets killed, you want to go to, and you find out who destroyed that man. To say it was a white man. You want to go to war. You want to film the shit, and then you want to go to war. You want to protest. You just want to just tear everything down. We've been doing that ever since the Rodney King beating. 4 cops beat the shit out of Rodney King, and they destroyed LA. Years later, we're doing the exact same thing, but nothing transparent is transparent behind it. Nothing is going beyond that, beyond the protests. Ain't no work being done. Ain't no work. We're talking, having communications with the people in Congress, having talks with people here. No, what are we doing community-wise? African American, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, Adolfs. What are we doing to be consistent at that point? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We're just tearing other people down because other people may have opinions about other shit. And you're basically well, I can't say that about Adolfs, because Adolfs, they talk their talk and they walk their walk, but ain't no results being done. Handed. FBA, you got a series of people proclaiming that they're not African, and they deserve dibs over everything because a debt's being owed to them. Nigga, a debt is being owed because of your past, and you're giving that money up to the future. Nothing's happened to you. You've had a full-grown job. And you quit that job to either get something different or you got fucking fired. You need to, regardless of that, you still need to keep working. Because I'm telling you, so you'll know, you're not gonna receive anything. You're gonna receive a big fuck you and go up on your merry way. You might receive another stimulus package if Donald Trump can help it. I'm serious. Y'all, some of y'all are so ignorant and so clumsy. It's ridiculous. It's bad enough that I have to hear shit about relationships still on this stalemate about we can't find a Black woman to settle down with because they don't want to follow our code and da 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 da. It's bad enough that I have to keep hearing all that. It's another motherfucking thing. What up, J-Hub? It's another motherfucking thing to hear a whole series for the people going live in their little computers, in their little webcams, and their little microphones, talking about that Umar is a sellout because he's anti-reparations. You cannot name not one good thing that he has stated. Not one. You have not named not one motherfucking thing that he has stated that was good or good enough. You can't name one. You can't. You can't name not one thing that Umar has done. Umar has done that was good. So where you could say, well, I can rock with this. I just can't rock with this. You could put all that negative bullshit to the side, right? But you can name what Tyreek. You can name what Tyreek's doing, which is what? What exactly? This motherfucker has to say. I'm just waiting for the next album. When the next album at, my guy? Let's come out with the next Mink Slide album. And this is your leader? I can't even play the clip because I got dinged. Y'all can look up for yourself. Just look up Mink Slide and he right there. FBA Mink Slide. And I'm supposed to take this ex-pimp, wannabe pimp seriously? Come on, fam. I can't take you serious, fam. Ism. I can't take you serious, fam. I just can't. I can't take your posse serious. I'm not attacking him. I am attacking all you Negroes that don't have a thought matrix in your brains, that can't articulate what, let's just say, let's just go with Umar. You can't articulate not one thing that Umar said that you can debunk intellectually. You can't do it. You just call him a tether, you call him a Cuban, you call him this, you call him that. It's like, I'm done with it. I am through with it. You have your reparations. Have your reparations. Have whatever, if they'll give it to you. Mexicans might have a problem with that. The Mexicans might have a problem with that. But let me ask you a question. And I'm asking FBA people, did you fight to keep your city afloat? Did you fight for when those LA fires went on? Did you fight for your insurance? Did you challenge State Farm? Because I know State Farm has some benefactor to you having fire insurance because y'all live out there in LA, right? Did you hold State Farm insurance accountable? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You got what? I'm not even from LA. And let's just say for the estimate that thousands lost their homes. Let's just say a lot of people lost their homes, and I do feel sorry for the people who have lost their homes. I wish for them to get into a speedy recovery. Not worried about Tyreek because Tyreek probably in a condo somewhere. A nice little condo somewhere far away from you, FBA people. Far, far away from you, FBA people. Because when the time comes and they get to calling, is he anywhere around? No. So you keep on doing that. You go ahead and you keep on doing it. You go on and keep on thinking, well, he had a little lamb. How many lambs are there? Absolutely none. because you're not going to get reparations in 2025. You're not going to receive it unless you do some serious setting aside your differences about Pan-Africans, about ADOS, about every Africans and everything else until you come together as one unit. Until you come together as one unit, you ain't getting shit. You know those fires were up there were orchestrated. You know those fires in LA were orchestrated to the point where whatever goes on, when they rebuild it, they're going to rebuild it constructionally to whatever they want to build it to. Talk about New World Order. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the. I'm waiting for another Mink Slide album to come. When the Mink Slide album coming out, fam? This dude be glistening. Oh, I love him. I love it. I love it. But that's your king. That's your king. That is your king. And I tell you, it's so funny. It's so funny. People don't want to listen to me, but when your fearless leader, and I'll give Michi X this. Shouts out to Michi X. I ain't got no problem with Sweetheart. Other than when she talks shit about Umar, that's when I have a problem with it. But she doesn't talk shit to the point. She doesn't talk shit to the point where she's, very all combative. She just has her differences of opinion. She don't make no videos with monkeys and dolls and shit. She don't do on none of that. She'll cuss your ass out, but she don't cuss me out. She just disagrees. But you wonder why. You wonder why Michi X be clowning that dude. And I don't like Charleston White either. But he when you get the clown, and he actually told the truth. He got his little game, his pimping be pimping, while pimping white holes in Detroit, pimping self. He got his game from a ex-pimp. Stole his game from an ex-pimp. Michi X was walking. Michi X was walking walking contradiction. Yeah. And I heard her and Tommy Sotomayor had a little but don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I don't even know what the hell's going on. I don't know. I don't follow none of them. I don't follow none of them, fam. I just like her. I just like her because she reminds me of somebody that was close to my family. She just reminds me of somebody. I can't take none of that shit that she. I really can't. Oh my goodness. But I have to say, the wars that they be having back and forth with each other back then, it's like none and void now. But back then, when they started arguing with each other, it was like, damn, that was a pretty good roast by her. But then he'll come back with the puppet and the this and that, I don't know if she talked about his kids and talked about her kids or not, but it was what it was. How you cosplayed Angela Davis while betting Tommy Sotomayor. Like I said, Her and Tommy allegedly had a, and you catch Tommy Sotomayor on OnlyFans, and he was tearing black pussies up, even though he proclaimed not to like black pussy as much. He loved them white folks, but he was tearing up some black pussy there. Excuse my baby language. That dude's a fucking hypocrite, so is she. And so is he. Man, the only people that I listen to are Professor Griff. Professor Griff and who's the other cat? From time to time, I'll listen to Farrakhan from time to time. But other than that, if it's not Professor Griff, if it's not the late great Dr. Khalid Muhammad, I'm not listening to none of these Negroes. I'm not. I'm really not. I want to invite you to show when we do on Saturdays, brother. It's called the Bitter Melon Podcast. Okay. Have a few lessons. Join at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You will have to tell me on Saturdays. Saturdays, I will try my best to make it on Saturday Eastern time. I will be at work. I will be in the work around 5. So you be talking about 8, because you're 3 hours. You're 3 hours ahead of me. So 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock, I will still be working, but I will catch the rest of the show. I will definitely catch the rest of the show. It's like if it was a Tuesday, then I'll be like, yeah, I will definitely tune in. But I'll be tuning in. I'll just be tuning in late. So, but okay, not a problem. But let's get into this whole OShay Duke Jackson shit. Boy, this Negro here. And my voice is recovering, but I don't feel like yelling. I really don't. But I'm gonna let this brother here. I want to give a shout out to. Neferger, however you say it. Let's listen in.
Jackson and Tariq Nasheed. And in today's video, I'm going to be responding to a video put out by OShay earlier today entitled Tariq Nasheed drops these receipts on Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, in that video, OShay was basically reacting to, I believe, Dr. Umar Johnson's inauguration in Ghana was probably the right, and also in colonial imperial powers. So when story of, I would call them General Langley type Negroes, right? General Langley, as you already know, general in the military, U.S. Marine, U.S. diplomat, basically the face of American interests on the African continent. And of course, as we already know, American interests are heavily tied to the interests of those of France and other European colonial imperial powers. So when you see guys like General Michael Langley, you got to understand that he is here to defend the interests of the foreign multinational corporations. He is here to defend U.S. military presence and influence on the African continent. He is here to make sure that the critical minerals and the natural resources in Africa are still available to the U.S. government. And if you remember, General Michael Langley had led a delegation to Niger to meet with the military government in Niger on behalf of the U.S. government. And General Chiani, the president of Niger, he didn't even show up to the meeting. Right? General Chiani was like, listen, we can't be wasting our time talking to these goddamn tethers trying to undermine our interests. And of course, as you know, shortly after that, General Chiani, the president of Niger.
What I need to do is start focusing a little bit more on the governments, because this is quite interesting. Instead of doing this whole, because Tariq is not an important person. Charleston White, not an important person. Nietzsche X, not an important person to me. That's just my opinion. Umar, he's important to a certain extent, but he is not a higher, the higher ups to when people need to go to war, I look up to the generals. And the generals, I am just now learning. The general in South Africa, what is his name? Anyway, I don't want to lose too much focus on it. I'll have to low-key do my due diligence and start practicing and start learning and start reading into these particular generals in Africa. The real people on the ground, yes, correct. Hey, Lisa. The real people on the ground, yes, the real people who are doing the actual work, the protecting. I ain't saying Umar was doing no work. I never said that. But the real people who have boots on the ground, who has soldiers behind them, right? FBA ain't got no fucking soldiers. Y'all just a bunch of fucking clowns at the end of the day. You don't have no solutions, no nothing. It's just we're the foundational Black Americans. Come on, fam. It's time to get this paper. Time to break bread. It's time to get this paper. It's time to break bread. That's all I hear. But your bread depreciates in value, and this is the reason why shit is up right now. Jesus H. Christ. But like I said, I had to do my due diligence and start learning, start psyching myself up to learn about these generals here. Let's continue.
Niger told the U.S. military it's time to go. That $100 million drone base, yeah, it's time to evacuate. As you can see, take a look up on the screen. Niger's General Chiani ignores U.S. delegation expected to meet with him in Niamey. Now, listen, on my channel and those who follow me, I would classify us as more so General Chiani type Negroes, right? We're not really compatible with the, General Michael Langley types like OShay Duke Jackson and Tariq Nasheed and those who follow them. But anyways, I'm about to jump into this video from OShay Duke Jackson, and you're going to understand what I'm saying when I say, listen, we just two different types of black men, right? These some Captain America, these some, oh, say, can you see? Because to be honest, I don't understand it, right? Like I said, when you see an event like this, right, the presidential inauguration in Ghana, where everybody who was somebody was in the building, like I said, captains of industry, foreign diplomats, heads of state, a whole lot of money in the building, a whole lot of black excellence in the building, and then you come out with a bunch of videos slandering the country, man, y'all.
Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button if you have not done so already.
Y'all some Captain America. Y'all work for the Department of State. Y'all some General Michael Langley type Negroes, and we just two different types of black men. Anyways, let's jump into this clips, and I'm going to come in and out my commentary.
And they started something around 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. It was called the Year of Return. And the Year of Return was to invite the African diaspora to come back to the motherland. And this was a great marketing strategy. A lot of African Americans, or what you would now consider hashtag FBA, felt that this was a call for them to actually be free in their land of where maybe some of their ancestors came from.
Now, in that part of the video, OShay basically starts out by setting the stage of the topic, talking about the Year of Return in Ghana. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but those who subscribe to the FBA identifier, I don't think they ever had any plans to go to the African continent or anything of that sort, right? These are individuals who believe that they are Native American, indigenous Indians. They believe that their ancestors were roaming the plains of North America and Central America and South America. So they have no connection to Africa in the first place, right? They'll tell you this themselves according to their doctrine. Now, I don't know why he's singling out Ghana, because Ghana was not the only country on the African continent that had a similar.
You know why he's singling out Ghana? Because Umar Ifatunde went to Ghana and got his dual citizenship. That's pretty much his bread and butter. If he's not talking about fresh and fit, if he's not talking about, celebrity isms, which ain't giving him the, the right type of bread that he needs, what's the next best thing to go to? Oh, yeah, Umar Abdullah Johnson. Even though it's not Abdullah anymore. But this is your bread and butter, fam. This is what you do. Even though you've been in Africa for quite a long time and you still trying to pimp hoes in Africa, shame on you. Talking about he doesn't do any work. What type of work do you do other than play around and try to get sluts in Africa? So what you're doing is no different from what the passport pros are doing. And that's a damn shame. But I'm going to continue.
Similar initiative, right? I believe also you had nations such as Sierra Leone, right? Take a look up on the screen. Sierra Leone became the first African nation to formally give people citizenship if they can prove they have ancestral ties to the country. And also you had Benin, right? Benin proposes law to grant citizenship to African descendants. Take a look up on the screen. Look at this article. When Nadege Anelka first came to the West African country of Benin from her home island of Martinique, the 57-year-old travel agent said she had a feeling of deja vu. A lot of the people reminded me of my grandparents, the way they wore their headscarves, their mannerisms, and their mentality. Now, and also, we already know about the deep connection between Benin and the Haitian Revolution. Take a look up on the screen. Adarabaya Toya, also known
a Pan-African is something, is a catchword phrase meaning globalistic African. Whether you are in the United States, or you're in Africa, or you're in Nigeria, if you're from Haiti, if you're Jamaican descent, which they are African descendants, mixed with Asians and shit like that. If you're from China, if you're from Europe, if you're from Britain, because we were all spread it at one point throughout the entire globe. Starting with the Americans, it was another word for it before it was America, but I lost all my train of thought when I got sick. I'm gonna get it back though. I'm gonna get it back. But basically, Pan-Africanness means global. No matter where you are from, you are still one of our brothers and sisters, even the Samoans. And I'm a WWE fan for the time being because it's starting to get stale again. But you remember all the Samoans, even the Rock, Dwayne Johnson. He's half black, half Samoan. Jay and Jimmy Uso, the Uso brothers, the twin brothers, they are African as well. Part African as well. Part African, part Samoan. So is Sokoa, part African, part Samoan. And I can go on and on. Even Jake Tufala, half black, half he acts black. You can tell when Jacob Fatu, you know that nigga acts black. We don't even want to get into that, fam. We know that motherfucker acts black on and off camera. So you know he's an African motherfucker. Anyway, I love all the Samoans. All of them. But that's what that is. And what FBA is trying to do is they're trying to sever away from what is. And you can't do that. That's dangerous. Pan-African are just African being around the world, clicking up with other groups, doing Zionism, Pan-Africanism, Europe Union, Muslim, basically Muslimism. Excuse my baby language. Excuse me for not reading correctly, but I do know what you're saying. Aborigines. So when you got Homo sapiens, you got those Homo sapiens that have these big noses, these big round noses. You can spot them a mile away. I have the book somewhere. I have this book somewhere. But you can tell by the shape of their nose, by the look, by the squinting. It looked like damn near Shaka Zulu. Damn near Shaka Zulu. Tried from the coast of South Africa all the way down to Brazil. That's where slavery started and ended. Well, when the shit started and ended in Brazil. And then came up the coast, I think up the coast of Michigan. So basically that's just what that is. Pan-African started with a whole civilization full of people. But somewhere around the line, y'all stopped calling yourselves African and ended up with the word black. But that word is a different story for a different video. I don't want to sidetrack, so let's go.
Known as Victoria Mantu, was a Dahomey warrior and freedom fighter in the army of Dessalines during the Haitian Revolution. Before the revolution, she and Dessalines had been enslaved on the same estate, and the two remained close throughout her life, with Dessalines calling her his aunt. Toya is believed to have been born in the kingdom of Dahomey in present-day Benin. Some sources indicate that she was a soldier there. It is unclear precisely when she was abducted and enslaved or when she arrived in Haiti. In 1804, Dessalines became emperor of Haiti, and he gave Toya the title of Duchess. Now, when you go to Benin in the modern day, as you can see, take a look up on the screen, Dessalines is highly respected. Dessalines is venerated in Benin as if he was a son of the soil, right? So there's that deep connection there between Benin and the Haitian Revolution, especially. So I say all that to say, Ghana is not the only country that had this type of initiative. So I don't know why OShay
and ladies, just in case, if you seeing what I'm seeing right now, Lisa, you should thank Sarah Bartman for what you got there on that backside right there. You should thank Sarah Bartman for God creating the biggest gluteus maximus on earth, and for the purpose of the gluteus maximus, for carrying not only the woman carrying the fruit baskets on her back and on her waist side and on her shoulders, but she's carrying the baby like that lady right there is carrying that baby on her back. And that lump side to her from her waistline all the way from her waistline to her back, that was for the little baby to hold the feet while he holds on to either her dress or sometimes her hair. So basically she's carrying a load and carrying your ass at the same time, but you were so goddamn careless to even recognize a real woman when you see one. And that's just, and you are so far gone to protecting a woman when she needs protecting. Where is our sense of dignity gone? Our sense of pride when you see this. They're doing nothing more what the Muslims are doing. They pray to the east. These people are praying to whoever they're praying to. That's just what they do. That's their culture. Who do we pray to? Donald Trump? Oops.
And Tariq decided to single out Ghana in this particular week of the presidential inauguration. When, like I said,
who oh, by the way, who does Tariq pray to? Money?
A whole lot of black excellence in the building, a whole lot of heads of state, foreign diplomats, black business leaders, captains of industry coming out with their families all for the presidential inauguration. And instead of focusing on that, Instead of focusing on the positive and uplifting the positive, like the fact that Ibrahim Traore came out and met the president of Ghana and everybody showed out and it was a beautiful event. Everybody was dressed sharp. Everything was lovely, right? Instead of focusing on the positive like I did in my video, y'all come out with these hit pieces. Y'all come out with these slander pieces, these propaganda pieces, throwing dirt on the entire country. But like I said, y'all some General Michael Langley type Negroes, right? And over here, we some General Assimi Goïta type Negroes. We some General Chiani type Negroes. We some Captain Ibrahim Traore type Negroes. We two different types of black men. Now, anyway, let's continue.
A lot of African Americans found life in Ghana to be very difficult. A lot of people got scammed. A lot of people lost their money. And there was not a lot of assistance from the Ghanaian government, who was asking them to come out and resettle. And that's interesting because there's another scammer that was also in America at the same time, failing to build a school. His name is Dr. Umar Johnson. What is the relationship between Ghana and Dr. Umar Johnson? Well, now Dr. Umar Johnson has received citizenship. And that's very interesting because a country who's known for not doing things right with its money and mismanaging its economy, partnering up with Dr. Umar Johnson, who's known for doing the same, seems to be a match made in heaven.
All right, we back. Now, like I said, on the heels of this legendary event, right? High profile event, the presidential inauguration in Ghana, every black man of importance in the world was in the building, right? But what is Tariq Nasheed and what is OShay Duke Jackson talking about? Oh, Dr. Umar Johnson get his citizenship. Oh, don't go to Ghana. They scam it, right? This is the narrative that he's promoting on the heels of this event. Like I said, these are some General Michael Langley type Negroes, right? These are some Star Spangled Banner, red, white, and blue stars and stripes type Negroes. And also in that part of the video, he also discourages any investment into Ghana by saying that you might lose your money. Well, like I said, bro, I know individuals who came to America for a so-called better life, sold their goddamn land, sold their cattle, sold everything in their name, right? Sold everything they had in their name in their home country to come to America. Lost everything, ended up on the street, ended up homeless, ended up on drugs, ended up on crack. And on the same token, I know individuals who came to America and made it big, right? Made millions, drive Mercedes, got beautiful houses. And I assume it's the same thing for anybody migrating anywhere. You're going to have your success stories. You're going to have your failures. That's how it goes. That's the reality of the matter. And also in that clip, he asked the question, what is the relationship between Dr. Umar Johnson and Ghana? Bro, there is no connection. Dr. Umar Johnson is a yes, he came on a visa. He came to attend the inauguration. He got some citizenship. He had a...
Who paid for that visa? Who paid for the visa? Who paid for him to come out to Ghana and get his dose citizenship? He got the white man money. And he has the nerve to talk about reparations. The same reparations that none of you FBA motherfuckers is gonna get. Because you don't even know who you are. You're foundational, but foundational to who? Yes, all of this shit belongs to us. Yes, all of this belongs to us. Everything belongs to us. But can we culturally say that we don't have the testicular fortitude to even take back what is ours? No, we like to tell other people. We like to tell other people that this is ours. This is ours. Okay, well then go get it. Go get it, dumbass. Go get it. You built that car. Go get it. You built this organization. Claim it. Claim it. You can't claim shit because it doesn't have your fucking name on it. Excluded that shit a long time ago when Dr. Claude Anderson was fighting for shit like this. You excluded him. You didn't want him to take the credit when he was fighting so hard for us to get what we needed to get, and now you want money. You don't deserve shit. You don't deserve shit after Dr. Claude Anderson retired. You don't deserve shit when Dr. Ben passed away. Dr. John Henry Clark passed away. You don't deserve anything. You don't. because all of that shit should have been followed up with the words, the not just the words. I mean, fuck the words. What about the action? You heard what Dr. Claude Anderson had to say. You heard what all those people who have fought, bled, and died, and basically retired on their own whims because they say enough is enough. We don't even have enough people to say we need to build an African town. But it was us, the blacks, that specifically said to Dr. Claude Anderson, it's like, no, we got this over here. We got that over here. We got this over here, and we got that over there. Why do we need an African town for? Why do we got a hockey town, a court town, a Polish town, a Mexican town. That's why Pan-African is winning. That's why Pan-African is winning. No disrespect to Adolphs. You tried it, fam. What'd you go to court for? You went to court and you basically settled out of court. For what? For what?
The speaking engagement, he got paid for the speaking engagement, and that's it. That's it. Dr. Umar Johnson was not the most high-profile black man in the building. You had multiple black billionaires. You had multiple black captains of industry in the building that are way more important, that were way more powerful than Dr. Umar Johnson. You had like 30 heads of state in Ghana for the event. So you're talking about Dr. Umar Johnson. Compared to all the other black men in the building, Dr. Umar Johnson is nothing compared to all the other black men that were also in attendance. So like I said, this video is nothing but a bunch of propaganda. It's a bullshit video made for clicks and views and ad money. And it just goes to show how a lot of so-called media personalities like OShay Duke Jackson, Tariq Nasheed are very out of touch because nobody is even thinking about Dr. Umar Johnson, right? Nobody was thinking about Dr. Umar Johnson. Everybody was talking about the fact that Ibrahim Traore came to the event. That was the story. That was the headline. Nobody was thinking about Dr. Umar Johnson. But like I said, these guys are some General Michael Langley type Negroes. What can you expect? What can you expect? This man OShay said Ghana, the entire country of Ghana, the government of Ghana was partnering with Dr. Umar Johnson.
Yes, instead of making live videos about who and what is important to that country, we want to make lives about Umar Ifatunde. And for what? He sat there like everybody else. He spoke his speech, attended to his people, the African people, which it was a peaceful. It was like what, 500 people at that time? 400 or 500 people at the most, at the least. Hey, Rachel. And got his dual citizenship like everybody else. Shook hands with the sisters and the brothers and the elderlies like everybody else. And now he's back here in the States. The people are screaming, why don't you stay over there, stay over there, stay over there, stay over there. I wish he would. I wish he would. So y'all, you FBA people can learn to figure it out on yourself, by yourselves, with no help from Pan-Africans, no help from even Adolphs. And even Adolphs have that. I have issues with Adolphs people. I have issues, but at least I can sit down with an Adolphs person and have a conversation with an Adolphs person. I don't know if necessarily I can have a conversation with an FBA person, because you basically like to separate yourselves by arguing and fighting and taunting. He's a Tevin. He's an African. It's just like being back in high school when people were calling you an African booty scratcher. So goddamn childish. It's ridiculous.
Are you serious? Do you know how many intellectuals and business leaders from all over the world that the president of Ghana has on speed dial? Are you serious right now, bro? You really think Dr. Umar Johnson was their secret weapon? Are you serious? Like I said, out of all the high-profile black men that came to the event, you want to focus on Dr. Umar Johnson. Wow. And to be honest, OShay, the only money you're about to get from this video is like what? Like $100, $150. So you spewing all these false allegations, all this slander and defamation, all for $100, $150, right? Truly a shame. Anyway, let's continue.
And this has gotten the attention of Tariq Nasheed. As we know, Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar Johnson are not on the best terms, but again, it's not a whole lot of beef at this point. But Tariq Nasheed did realize that Dr. Umar Johnson got citizenship. He said,
I hope you caping enough for the nigga doing the next mix slide album. I can. Damn it! I wish I could play the clip. How much of a joke this nigga is? Wait, I got one. Hold on. I got one because you forced my hand. Hold on. Oh, wait. I can even like, share, subscribe to the channel.
This.
From my perspective, it looks like they're trying to get some money. This looks like a little money grab because from what I understand, Ghana is in debt to China. And China's like shaking them pockets like, hey, where's my bread? So there's like, hey, my FBA, come home to Mother Africa. It's like, okay.
Got him! And the thing is that because Ghana might be having a tough time in its economy, well, a guy like Dr. Umar Johnson is an influencer. So Dr. Umar Johnson can direct African Americans or his base to either go resettle in Ghana or to visit Ghana, which adds up to a lot of money for the country of Ghana. Let's go.
Now, in that part of the clip, OShay plays a recording from Tariq where Tariq basically saying that the government of Ghana is launching this initiative because they got to pay back their debt to China. Now, take a look up on the screen. Chinese creditors account for only 7% of Ghana's public debt. Now, take a look up on the screen. America owes China about $1 trillion. And China also owns 7% of the public debt of the United States. So I say all that to say, America and Ghana, in terms of their national debt, is at the same percentage to China. But if you listen to these Captain America, General Michael Langley type Negroes, you would assume that Ghana is crippled under the weight of Chinese debt. But when you dig under the surface, underneath their false narratives, you realize that the United States has the same exact percentage of debt to China as Ghana. And also, if we're talking about debt, take a look up on the screen. France's debt has risen to 112% of the GDP, up from 98% back in 2019, right? So France's debt is so crazy that it has now surpassed their GDP, meaning that they owe more money than they produce currently, right? Meaning that they spend more money than they produce currently, right? Which means the country is basically on the route to bankruptcy. But for whatever reason, I never see any videos when the diaspora wants to travel to France, vacation in France, go see the monuments in France, go see the museum in France, go see the Eiffel Tower in France. I never see any of these videos when those of us from the diaspora, who, to be honest, more of us from the diaspora travel to France than we do to Ghana. But how come I never see any slander pieces against traveling to France or investing in France or settling in France, right? You never hear that. But currently, France is crippled under the weight of debt. And like I said before, France is a bigger travel destination, vacation destination, tourist destination for the Black diaspora than Ghana is. But why are you spending all your energy trying to discourage traveling to Ghana, trying to discourage investing in Ghana? I don't understand it. And now that I think about it, I've never heard OShay Duke Jackson or Tariq Nasheed say a single bad word about France in the past couple years. Never heard y'all talk about the Sahel. Never heard y'all talk about Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Never heard y'all talk about anything revolutionary happening on the continent. But
like I said, everything is geared towards Ifatunde and what he does. Because he's a bigger showing. He's a bigger showing. He's a bigger following. He's pretty much got everyone's attention at this point. No one is paying too much attention to Tariq because Tariq is never around other than doing a mink slide out, a mink slide show, or whatever the case may be. That's just the weight of it, fam. It's the truth. It's the honest to God truth. Or where if Brandon, shouts out to Brandon, Pan-Afrikan Strikes Back, if he's basically roasting the shit out of him. So I mean, there's nothing else to say at this point other than he's talking about pander, not grifter. Grifter? If Umar's a grifter, Tyreek has to be the biggest grifter on the face of this planet. The biggest grifter, aside from not Cyrus who Teddy, Sinetta. A Sinetta. I ain't got nothing deep to Sinetta, but
you want to spend your energy slandering Ghana during the week of the presidential inauguration because, like I said, y'all are some Captain America, General Michael Langley type Negroes. Y'all work for the Department of State. We don't fuck with y'all. We don't respect y'all. Fuck y'all. And to be honest, like I said, you spending all your time talking about Dr. Warren Johnson, but Charleston White already called out Tariq Nasheed for the smoke, and he didn't want no smoke. Y'all wasting your time talking about Ghana, but Charleston White already called you out, Tariq, but Tariq ain't say nothing.
Listen up. Tariq ain't gonna fucking say anything. I mean, he might say something under his breath, but he ain't want no smoke with Charleston White. He did not want no smoke. Side nigga. Yeah, no, say it right. Say it how you want to say it, fam. Say it how you want to say it. I was gonna say Sarah Suit City with the feds. I just saw him. I was like, oh God, here we go again. It's been, I say, damn near 10 plus years before that argument. 10 plus fucking years. And he's still talking shit about Umar. Umar will roast his ass. But I ain't gonna listen. I'm onward. I'm moving forward with that shit. Let's move onward with this.
Black folks, this the type of nigga Tariq Nasheed ask us to check. You gotta check those.
Man, fuck Tyreek. Tyreek wanted to be a pimp at first. Niggas don't give a damn about no Tyreek Nasheed. Nigga, fuck Tyreek Nasheed. That nigga he started out wanting to be a pimp and couldn't pimp. So then he come trying to pimp on y'all. Nigga, we don't give a fuck about Tyreek Nasheed. This grown ass man done got on here and repeated what Tyreek Nasheed done said. This black son bitch done got on here and said Tyreek. Nigga, fuck Tyreek Nasheed. That nigga started out in the pimp group over there with goddamn me Rosebud. And man, come on now. Nigga, don't do us like that, repeating what Tyreek Nasheed said. Now, had you quoted Marcus Garvey, you probably would have had some. But this nigga done come with Tyreek Nasheed. Nigga, fuck you and Tyreek.
You see Charles, let's go back to Tariq Nasheed. To be fair, Tariq Nasheed is not against African Americans going to Africa.
And yeah, if y'all want to rock over there, hey, knock yourself out. And look, I'm down for trade. I love doing international business. That's why I don't
business. Not connecting with your people on a emotional scale. Because we don't do emotional around here. We don't do emotional around here, fam. It's all if his name ain't about my bread, fam. Come on now. This is 2025 here. Pimping be pimping since he was pimping white women back in Detroit. Pimping. Come on, fam. Like, share, and subscribe, fam. Fact over feelings.
Fine. People going over there, go over there to Ghana and start setting up something where we can trade.
Listen, I don't understand this ideology. Like I said, y'all some Native American, indigenous Indians from the Cherokee tribe. Like, I don't understand why you trying to come over to Africa and engage in it. Like, bro, y'all not Africans, according to your doctrine. And second of all, African nations already engage in international business with Americans. The former Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken.
You did say that. You did say you weren't African.
Made several state visits to African nations in the past year to increase bilateral economic cooperation, which means that there's already international trade going down. there's already import export going down. And also, we don't need any General Michael Langley type Negroes on the continent. Okay, y'all some double agents, and your loyalty obviously lies with Washington D.C. So stay where the fuck you at. To be honest with you, right? If you ain't on Pan-African business, if you ain't on Pan-African timing, stay where the fuck you at, because you ain't gonna do nothing except destroy our relationship between the continent and the diaspora. Because when our brothers on the continent see us coming from the diaspora, they're not able to differentiate. Are you a FBA Captain America type Negro, or are you a real black man? They don't know how to tell the difference. They don't know how to tell the difference between if you are a black man with positive intentions or if you are a two-faced Captain America type Negro. So when they see videos like this, slander in Ghana, especially during the monumental week of the presidential inauguration, they just automatically assume all of us from the diaspora are ignorant like y'all two dumbass niggas. So that's why I got to make the separation. I got to make the delineation and let it be known. All of us in the diaspora are not on this type of time. All of us in the diaspora, we don't see the world like these two dumbass niggas. We got to delineate and separate. Because like I said, it's two different types of black men, two archetypes of black men. The General Michael Langley type Negro and the General Chiani type Negro.
If you ask me, I say Tariq reminds me of Lee Napoleon. Quote me on that.
Bro. The Captain Ibrahim Traore type Negro. The General Assimi Goïta type Negro. So like I said, especially due to the fact that I have high-ranking African elites that follow my channel, I just have to let it be known. All of us ain't like that. This is a fringe group called FBA. They believe they're indigenous Native American booty scratchers. They don't got nothing to do with us. We are Pan-African. We love our people. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's continue.
What does citizenship really look like?
Wait. If they believe that, then how come they're fighting with Dan Calloway, which truly 100% believes he's Indian? And y'all fight with him. Tariq was fighting with him, making puppets out of Dan Calloway, but they're proclaiming to be Indian? Make that make sense. Make it make sense. Why are you fighting with a person who proclaims to be Indian? But you don't claim him to be Indian because you have a problem with him claiming to be Indian. You want to claim everything, don't you, fam? Fam, you want to claim everything. You want to claim the money per capita that you should be getting, which is, I don't know, $600,000, because that's, even if you get that per family, and that's a lot of family, if they can find their lineages, they're going to be getting a check. But we don't know who that's going to be. It's going to bankrupt the United States of America, and quite frankly, I wouldn't give a damn. But I mean, what's old is what's being old, but how it's being spent, y'all don't want to hear none of that. This is the reason why y'all are crashing out now. You're crashing out for the wrong reasons. It's your dick being, we tired. We want our check now. And Dr. Umar is getting away. Man, fuck him. We gonna do something to Dr. Umar. Y'all ain't doing shit. Y'all ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing to Umar. All because of y'all. Never mind. Lisa's here. Never mind.
What does it entail? I believe Tariq also answered that question. And it's something that Dr. Umar Johnson should be able to express to his audience, but we all know it's a money grab. I personally believe that Dr. Umar Johnson didn't go to Ghana on his own dime. Dr. Umar Johnson don't have his own dime. I believe that he was paid as an influencer to get citizenship in Ghana. Dr. Umar Johnson doesn't do any business in Ghana. Dr. Umar Johnson,
how do you know that?
Is just out there with the scams, and now he.
Dr. Ifatunde has been to many continents. He's been everywhere, in almost everywhere. He's been at least 7 or 8 countries in Africa, including Ghana. So what is this? They must be caping, fam. They
He
must.
has an African country behind him who wants to help him pull it off.
Now, in this part of the video, OShay Duke Jackson continues with the lies, slander, and propaganda and the defamation against Ghana, basically saying that, oh, the Ghanaian government is standing behind Dr. Umar Johnson to pull off scams. I mean, goddamn, bro. So the Ghanaian government needs to collaborate with Dr. Umar Johnson, right? So do you know who else was in attendance in the inauguration? Aliko
Degato. He's worth 11.6 billion. What does Dr. Umar have to do to compete with that? Nothing. All those people there, all those soldiers. Again, I got to do my due diligence, ladies and gentlemen, and I have to do my research on the soldiers in Africa, South Africa. So forgive me if I don't know the names currently right now. I have to do that. It's my responsibility. See how I take responsibility in what I do and what I don't know? I had to take responsibility. I don't even know this gentleman right here who his net worth is 11.6 billion. And you are getting on Umar because he had quote unquote scammed the people off of $1 million. What the fuck does $1 million compared to what this $1 million fucking dollars? $1 million, and it wasn't even $1 million. You fucking guts. $1 million. $1 million. What is $1 million? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, listen. Would you rather have $1 million or would you rather have $1 billion? With a B. Would you rather have $1 billion or would you have $1 million? Pick which one, fam. Enough of the bullshit,
right? One of the richest black men walking the face of the earth was also in attendance at the inauguration. And he has business interests in Ghana. Multi-billion-dollar black man. Also in attendance at the inauguration was Tony Elumelu, right? Nigerian banker, worth over $500 million. Also in attendance, you had Abdul Samad Rabiu, right? Billionaire black man, captain.
All these people are worth billions, and we're worried about one man allegedly scamming. And I would ask everybody, what is he scamming? What is he scamming? But anyway, it's not about him. We got billionaires in the country of Ghana giving dual citizenships to 500 Black Americans, African Americans, American Africans, whatever you want to call them. I'm so confused now, I don't even know what to say. I'll just say melanated people, including I think there was an actor or two there getting their dual citizenships to continuously build that bridge. I know that because my aunt has done so as well. She does business in Ghana, or she did do business in Ghana. She's 82, 83 years old now, and she's not going to fly due to all the germs in the air, because that's gonna make her sick, and that might take her out of there. But she's done her business in Ghana. She has been named Queen Mother in Ghana. Okay? Why is this all about one man?
Of industry, just between these men alone, these three men I just named at the inauguration, over $15 billion, just those three black men alone. So you think the government of Ghana had to call on Dr. Umar Johnson to help them save the economy? My God, bro, y'all some amateur propagandists. Y'all can't even do propaganda right. Your propaganda is not even believable. And the ironic thing is, OShay Duke Jackson talking about, oh, it's a money grab. This whole...
No matter if you're from Nigerian, if you're from Ghana, if you're from Sudan, if you're from Sydney, if you're from the Congo, it doesn't matter where you are from. You can be from Australia for all, like, and we got black people in Australia. Don't you think it's about high time for all of us to come together and put aside our differences if we don't want to continuously get our asses kicked, not only in the physical sense, because people like to cover that up. Wouldn't it be wise? And I'm going to ask Lisa this because she's the only woman in the room. Wouldn't it be wise for all of us to stand up, put aside our differences, and say, hey, let's work for a greater good. Let's take back our farmlands for number one. Let's take back our lands that our ancestors have built for number two here in America, not just in Africa, but here in America. Like the Egyptians did. And just maybe when all the smoke clears, because it's going to take sacrifice, which preferably what Umar was talking about, but none of us like to make any sacrifice. Oh, unless it was when you're wrong. I can understand that. But if it was somebody like Trayvon Martin, if it was somebody like Jordan Davis, if it was a Michael Brown, if it was a Tamar Rice, if it was an Ahmaud Arbery, if it was one of the sisters, Sandra Bland, if it was a Sonia Massey, or we'd be marching up and down, marching up. Oh, how dare you, our sister, her brothers, her. Nah, nigga. Nah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. The moment one person, if Jesse Jackson were to come up to you and say, stop spending your money on dumb shit, would you listen to him? If Donald Trump came up to black folks and said, look here, I need for you to stop spending your money on this dumb shit. Stop spending your money on Jordans and go build yourself rebuild your communities. I hate to see you niggers. I mean, you black folks look like, I hate to see you like, you would fucking do it. You would do it. Because that's all you would listen to. You listen to a fucking white man more than you listen to us. Pan-African wins again.
Whole video is a money grab. You're doing this video for the clicks, likes, and the views and the ad money. Your whole entire YouTube channel is a money grab. All you talk about is celebrity gossip. You're a grown-ass man, 40 years old, talking about celebrity gossip for a living. Your whole existence is a money grab. You are a walking, talking, breathing money grab. Your channel is garbage. But anyways, man, I seen this comment in the comment section of your video, your trash video. This brother said this. This whole commentary was garbage. Tariq was roaming in Africa a few years back wanting citizenship. The sad part was he didn't want to go through the due process. He thought he was going to automatically get citizenship of any African country once he landed. He didn't. And since then, he's been bashing Africa. He's more of a scammer than Umar.
Because a lot of people are asking about Ghana. Family, tomorrow. Can everybody call the Ghana embassy here in Washington, D.C. and find out what the requirements are for dual citizenship or a right to abode?
I need a cup of coffee, fam. Hook a brother up in the Cash App. About $1, $2. Hook a brother up with some coffee. Give him some good commentating here. Hook a brother up in the Super Chat or in the Cash App or whatever your desires. I gotta see how to do this Zelle thing. I really don't like Zelle all that much, but you don't have to. They don't waste. They don't give you no. They don't tax you. I guess I don't like everything that we do. We gotta tax. Like Cash App, they tax, but it's only like 1 or 2%. Over here in Google, they tax the shit out of you. And they want you to pay $44 a month? Shit, no.
Just call them and find out. Let's call them and find out. And everybody email me the information because I'm doing a lot of stuff in the morning. But call them and find out what the requirements are. Because, again, we need some just-in-case options here.
Now, like I said, man, these guys, like I said, General Michael Langley type Negroes, Captain America type Negroes, we have to make the delineation and the separation, right? And you can tell when it comes to OShay and Tariq, when they slander Africa, it's funny because everything they slander Africa for, the same thing happens all around the world, right? Like I said before, OShay has said there are those who travel to Africa and they end up failing.
Thanks for the $2, Full. Thanks for the $2.
Right? They might lose their money. Well, there are those who come to America, sell everything they got, and lose everything, end up on the street, right? There are those who come to America and lose their life, right? Driving a cab, pick up the wrong person driving a cab, get robbed, get shot, get killed. There are those who come to America and get scammed. I know individuals with $200,000 in student loan debt, right? To me, that's a scam. I know individuals who've been in the country for years upon years, still ain't got their citizenship, right? And we already know if you are an immigrant coming to the country, you're not automatically going to be accepted, right? Especially if you're a black immigrant, you got a heavy accent, right? You're definitely not going to automatically be accepted as one of us when you come to America, right? So the same exact thing they talk about happening on the continent is the same thing that happens all around the world. But that doesn't stop anybody from wanting to come and travel and immigrate to the United States. The same way, none of these slanderous videos and these defamation videos are going to stop anyone from traveling to the continent. So you're wasting your time, OShay. You're wasting your time, Tariq. It is what it is. Like I said, we got to make the separation and the delineation, right? These are some General Michael Langley type Negroes. We have to identify it for what it is. But anyways, I want to reiterate, the presidential inauguration in Ghana, the biggest black event held so far this year. Shout out to the president of Ghana. Shout out to the new president, the new government in Ghana. Ibrahim Traore stole the show. Go watch my last video. It was a beautiful event. Everybody looked amazing. Everything was amazing. Got love for y'all, man. Don't listen to these. Don't listen.
No, you shouldn't be listening to them, but people are going to listen to them anyway because they feel that they have something to say. Because they love shit shows. Most of these Negroes love shit shows. Because what is going on, fam? Who's this?
This Bobo Ranch. What's up?
What's up? What up, though?
Shit. Just cooling. I just seen the title. And I'm just hopping in.
All right, what's your take? Oh shit.
Pan-Africanism is already dead, in my opinion. You know, as an FBA, as an FBA, Pan-Africanism is already dead.
How is it dead and you're here? That don't make no sense.
But hold on, what do you mean when you say that?
When Black American, whether you're Black American, African American, you're already here. So how is it dead? And you're basically just doing tribalism at this point.
That ain't true.
You don't call FBA tribalism?
Absolutely not.
What would you call it then? I'm curious.
What FBA? It's a lineage.
Okay.
It's my lineage, actually.
Your lineage.
Mm-hmm.
So you have people in your family, past tense, have built things in this country from the ground up. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh, 100%. When you say my family, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly?
Well, like
the FBA,
like grandparents, great grandparents, grandparents and beyond, shit, that type of thing. Like I could say that my great grandfather, he served in the U.S. military, and later on he came back over here to the States, and he built not only one but two bars here in Lansing, in Grand Rapids and Lansing, Michigan. So he had something for himself.
When you say he built, did he build a bar business or he built bars?
He built a bar business. Yes.
Okay.
He built a bar business. So
what are you saying?
So I'm trying to get this whole lineage thing because I believe both Adolf's and both FBA share the same lineages. Am I wrong or am I right?
I would say that you're right, but you got to be careful with that ADOS thing.
Why?
Because other people can crowbar themselves into that. And they know that what they're doing. They know. At this point, it's 2025. They know exactly what we mean when we say FBA. They'll say American descendants of slaves, right? Right? That's what ADOS mean, right?
It's supposed to be descendants of African slaves, but go ahead.
Hold on, wait. What? You said it's supposed to be?
It's supposed to be, I don't, they call it American descendants of slaves. It was supposed to be. Man. I mean, I get it.
American slaves. North African is what you're talking about, right?
Right.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? That can be crowbarred into. Because motherfucker can say they're doing it right now. I literally was on a panel about 2 hours ago where some Jamaicans were saying, Jamaica is a part of the Americas. See, you see how that's problematic? Because South America is a part of America. Latin America is a part of America, of the Americas. Brazil is a part of the Americas. So you see how that becomes problematic?
Mm-hmm.
Because anybody can crowbar themselves into it, and they can say, well, slavery was in Ecuador. Slavery was in Argentina. So technically, I'm a descendant of American slaves because Venezuela is in America. So we just nailing everything down, making sure everything is airtight.
LGBTQ, HIV deserves reparations. I get it. I totally get it.
Right. So what's the problem with FBA? I don't know why. The reason why everybody's having a problem with FBA is because this is something that they can't crowbar into with the term FBA. And we are a very distinct lineage. Period. Whether they want to, because they want the culture, they want the story, and they feel like they're going to miss something if we delineate. That's all it is. They feel like they're going to miss something. If something's going to be missed. So that's their big problem.
But here's the problem with most of FBA. Instead of getting along, or even if you don't want to do that, you want to, I want to put it carefully, you still want to loot, privilege, and plunder anyone who is not of your lineage. Even African people who come over here to the continent, and all you want to do, I'm not saying you. All they want to do is work. African people want to come here and work. Jamaican people want to come here and work. The Haitians who live near me, all they do is work. That's all they do. That's merely all they do. They're just like you and I. They get their license. They get their whatever, and all they do is work, and they mind their own freaking business. That's all they fucking do. They don't ask for a fucking dime, and they get lumped up in this one little cubby hole that most FBA put Africans in, and they call them tethers. You're hurting more than you're helping out. You do know that, right?
I do not know that. When you say that we want to pillage means steal. What do you mean? We don't want to steal nothing from no other group. That's never been our culture. We have no interest in stealing anything from any other group.
So Tariq didn't steal that FBA shit from what's her name? I forgot what her name was.
FBA it comes from Dr. Claude Anderson, Native Black Americans. Did he claim? Oh, careful! Did he claim that? Who?
Did Dr. Claude Anderson claim FBA?
No, that Dr. Claude Anderson has no problem with it. Dr. Claude Anderson used the term Native Black Americans. Native Black Americans. I would believe him when he says that, because he talked about John Horst plenty of times. Right.
But I'm asking. I don't want to put words in his mouth because he's not here. And I actually had spoken to Dr. Claude Anderson. I've not spoken to him. I've actually sent letters to him. And for the grace of God, I've gotten letters from his wife. stating what is like, if you want to be a part of something, you must first have some type of form of education. What type of education do you have? What is it that you want to in order for us to do that, brother, you gotta build money.
Brother, where are you going? We was talking. Now you're going to something else. Like I don't know.
I do that from time to time. Go ahead.
It's not a real conversation. Then if we going everywhere, like what are we talking about then?
But
like, we was talking about we were talking about earlier. We were talking about FBA. The term FBA is a modified term from a term that Dr. Claude Anderson coined, Native Black Americans. That's problematic because you can pick it apart kind of. You can say, oh, Native, what do you mean? Native Americans or Native, what do you mean? And then you can't really use, if you use Native Black Americans, the acronym will be NBA, right? There's already a major NBA hashtag, a major NBA, tag, a major, everybody knows when you say NBA is already a reference, the National Basketball Association. So
yeah, we don't skip that.
But everybody went, we skip that. Like foundational Black Americans. I mean, we're trying to end the circle talk and the babble and all that kind of shit. We're trying to end all of that. What we're saying is FBA foundational Black Americans. If a Jamaican or a Haitian or an African want to come over and say he's Black, I don't really agree with it. You know what I mean? If he want to say he's a Black American, I don't really agree with it. But we'll be going in circles. We'll be going in circles all day. They'll say all day, I'll get pulled over by the police. I'm Black American. If I get pulled, they look at me the same.
But what does it matter at this point? So what does it matter in 2025? What does it matter at this point in time when we're all being targeted? What does it matter?
We're not all being targeted. I just got off a space with a guy called Chaotic Truth. He's an African. Changed his name to sound like a Black American.
Time out.
Oh, you getting goofy, brother.
No, bro. Because we don't relate, especially over here, to a Chaotic Truth.
All right, sorry, I don't want to take away from the discussion that we're having here. Anyway, I'm just saying, I'm using him as a reference. That we see this I'm not going to say a name because I don't want to time out again. There's other Africans that will come over here, change their name, not just Africans, people from the diaspora that may look similar to me, that will come to America, change their name, and act like us, but don't have our spirit, don't have our story, do not have our lineage, and they will undermine us. That's why it matters. They will do anything. They just trying to get on. Period. They trying to get away from their homeland. So they'll play the game. They'll join our HBCUs. They'll join our fraternities. They'll move to our neighborhoods. They'll do anything they got to do to get on. We're fighting for our lineage, for our history, for our culture. They did not fight for theirs. So they're going to come. So they're going to, and it shouldn't be a problem with us preserving our lineage and who we are in our history. I don't know why that's a problem. That doesn't harm anybody.
It doesn't harm anybody, but at the same time, again, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China when all of us Pan-Africanists, ADOFs, and FBA are trying to survive in white America, or excuse me, European America, because in European America, they don't give a flying fuck who you are, FBA or no. They are going to get your ass back up here. Anyway, they don't care who you are. You can wave that FBA flag all day, fam. They are trying to destroy each and every single one of us. And what we're doing is just destroying ourselves. Melanin skin. Are we not getting the picture here when I point to my skin?
No, we're not.
Are Africans? You don't believe that we're African? You don't believe in none of that?
African lineage, but when you say melanin, everybody's got melanin except white people.
1%. 1%.
1%. What do you mean?
1% of melatonin. White people possess 1% of melanin. You don't
But
believe in that?
Melanated people. When the term even melanin is problematic because there's Latinos with melanin. There's East Indians that's darker than us.
But Latinos are not getting rid of it. They're hovering over us, trying to getting those jobs and shit. But I'm not worried about the Latinos. I'm worried about white people. I'm worried about these. I'm worried about the Klan. I'm worried about these Ku Klux Klan motherfuckers.
What is the Klan doing exactly? What are you so worried about the Klan for?
Let's see. Going into these particular jobs and being police and killing black people on a whim. Let's see.
Remember Philando Castillo? That was a Latino did that.
You said what now?
Philando Castillo. A
black that's one cop. That's one cop.
Nori Martinez. She's I don't know if you up on that. She was a city council member. She sat around calling black people monkeys, and she wanted to undermine her black constituents. That's in Los Angeles. Look it up. Nori Martinez. No, what I'm saying is that white supremacy as a whole. I don't know if you gotta have a whole as FBAs, right? This is our history. This is our culture. So we gotta watch all this shit. We understand.
So you're lumping Latinos who don't claim their Africanity. You're proclaiming them to be suspected white supremacists. Is that what you're saying?
100% Latinos are white supremacists. 100%. Even if they claim even the Afro Latinos are white supremacists. They come from a white supremacist culture. 100%. Latin America is a white supremacist culture.
We'll have to agree, I guess. J-Hub, what's up?
Salute. What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you. Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to agree with my brother over here, man. It's no slight or anything, but I just know it's a differentiation between, like I said in the comments, FBA is pre-1850. Your ancestors been here for a while, and went through the traumas and all this other stuff. Just because you black and you went through, somebody didn't give you a job or something, that's different than people that's been here for hundreds of years. Your family's been here for hundreds. So I understand everything that everybody's saying, as far as where people come from and wanting to go back to the homeland, all of that stuff. That's all fine and dandy. But the only distinction, the only point of even making a distinction between the FBA and the just the regular, what would you call it, Black American, whatever you want to call it, right? There has to be a line drawn to know that it's a difference, because everybody else that comes over here makes a difference. If you're Jamaican, you come from a different culture, you understand your culture, and it's different than the quote unquote Black American culture. The African comes over here and for sure he draws a line between him and the so-called the Negro or whatever, the pre-1850 Black American that's been over here. He draws a strict line between him and that, right? And he can understand the same when you want to talk about the prejudice when the cops and stuff, that's something recent. That just happened in the last, or at least what we've seen on TV, that's in the last 20, 30 years that we've seen it. So he can understand that part of it. But as far as everything else with it, he can't relate with that, So it's not, it doesn't have to be a bad thing to where it's like people are at war with each other. It's just people understand that they're different. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll say it now. I'm not gonna feel bad about saying it. If I see a so-called African person walking down the street, I know that they different than me. They ain't even gotta open their mouth and say something, you know. But I can acknowledge them and respect them. You know what I'm saying? And say, hey, that this person is different than me. I respect them. You know, I respect where they come from and all of that. It's not disrespectful to understand that somebody knows that they different than you. So I understand where they coming from when they say that, but it's like only the Black American people that's been engulfed in our society. We try and clump everybody together and say we all the same. Everybody, nobody else does that. Nobody else does that. You know,
Yeah,
I know,
they,
I know, I
they
know for
do. They do,
Latino
Jay.
people.
It's
No,
just it's so far
let me say
fetched.
this. Quiet. I know Dominican people. They will curse you out if you call them Mexican. I'm from Texas, right? So to us, I don't want to sound racist or anything, but like you know how everybody kind of sees everybody that's from Asia Chinese, and they just automatically call them Chinese. In Texas, we might automatically call everybody that's Latino Mexican. Well, somebody that's Dominican, they will cuss you out. Or somebody that's from Guatemala or Honduras or something, they be like, hell no, I ain't no damn Mexican. You know, I ain't no damn Mexican. That's not who I am. And it might sound like a slight to somebody else hearing it, but they just proud of who they are. You know, it ain't necessarily disrespectful. They just know who they are and they know it's a difference in people. And I'm not saying on a global scale. So if you want to get on some Pan-African stuff, that after everybody realizes that we can all come together and work together, yeah, that's fine. You know, if we want to all work together on the common goal, yeah, that's cool. But we can't just clump everybody in here together because Black Americans really ain't got no identity and just want to clump everybody together. You know, nobody else does that. You know, so
So you might as well just start a tribe.
No,
That's
hold
what
on.
I've been saying.
Hold on. Can I ask you that? When you say Black Americans ain't got no identity, what do you mean when you say that?
I mean, I know we got a culture and all of that stuff, but I'm saying as a whole, we have never come together and decided who we are, what our name is, what we go by. You know, we just got a culture that everybody kind of gravitates towards. I understand we got a culture and we probably got the most popular culture in the world, you
So
know.
how can you have a culture if how can you not have a culture if it's the most popular culture in the world?
No, what I'm saying is it hasn't so no so we have never come together and named ourselves, you know.
I
Um,
see what he's saying. I see what
you
he's
know,
saying.
we have never come together. Everybody knows who we are, but we haven't identified ourselves as who we are. And profess that to the world and said this is who we are, this is, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We've never done that. So everybody else knows who we are, but we've never come as a collective and said that to, you know, whatever you United Nations or whoever, and
Stamp
said,
it.
this is
To
who we
put a
are.
stamp on it is what you're saying. Like we never stamped it.
Yeah. I don't care,
Locked
like
it in.
I don't care if we all came together and said we the niggas, right?
I
You know,
like that actually. I actually do like
you know
that.
what I'm
I
saying?
really
We the
do like it.
niggas, right? And we all
I
came
wish that we would do
around
that.
that
Go ahead.
and branded ourselves as that and accepted that, you know, that would I think we'd be respected more, you know, but everybody it's just kind of like a side joke to everybody else to say that, you know what I'm saying? But all I'm saying is if everybody came together and said that's who we are, that'd be one thing, but we've never done that, you know. So y'all get what I'm saying.
That is plausible. That is plausible because we don't know who we are. We just claim one thing, but we don't have the skulls to come together and name ourselves one thing.
Now, are you
One
black? Are you a
thing.
foundational Black American?
Who, me?
No,
He
no,
is.
no.
He is. He is.
No, I'm talking about you.
Me? I'm
Yeah.
Pan African. I'm Pan African, bro.
Hell no,
But
hell
I
no,
think you understand what I'm saying.
hell,
Yeah, I
hell
think
no. I'm gonna answer your
I'm
question.
Pan African, bro. All the way. I believe. I believe one
you
God, one nation. One God and one nation.
see what I'm saying? You want why that's a hard question. That ain't no. This shouldn't be. We shouldn't have to go through some rigmarole of. No, if you look at this,
you believe in that because you want the end all be all story. It's either this or it's either that. You don't see the forest from the trees, bro. You don't see the forest from the fucking trees.
Can you trace your lineage back to the 1870 census? Black
you know what? And again, I held myself accountable when I said, when I need to learn about these generals, I need to learn not only where my lineage comes from not just my grandparents on my mom's side of the family, which are, well, I don't want to, well, I'll name them because most of them are all in heaven anyway. The Stoudemire's. I can trace the Stoudemire's back to the Williams back to the Reynolds. I can trace all that stuff on my mom's side. My dad's side, not so much. So I have to work on that particular side, but my mom's side, that's all cool. I even have land coming up soon over there in Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
How far back do the Reynolds go? Because that what we talking about. That's really
that's like a third. That's like a third and fourth generation.
Year. We're going year.
Like I said, 1850. That's why if you can't find nobody that was born.
Do you got one of these? Let me see if you can see that.
No, I don't. What is that? No, I don't. Kathleen Batesy. Is that your family?
No, look at the bottom of the under the. I don't know. You can.
It's kind of hard to see.
You can read it, brother. We can't see that.
Under her name.
Yeah, we can't read that. In 1870, United States Federal Census.
Yeah, that's the census.
It's the United States Census records. If you ain't got one of those, I got 20 of them. 20 of my people that's responsible for my birth. What I mean when I say that, 4 fathers and 4 mothers. 20 different people is on that census. If you can't do, that's really easy to do as a foundational Black American. If you can't,
how do you do that then?
It's the easiest way. The easiest way is the United States Census records. That's a federal
United States Census.
Yeah, that's like that's if you can't do that, it's not really that. I mean, you ain't really like not really saying nothing. Cause I'm on there like over 20 times actually. Like that's one of my grandmothers.
Anything governed, I don't really trust all that well. But
here's the thing. I don't know why you don't. Why you don't? Everybody else trusts it. We're documented. Your things need to be documented. This isn't anything that's made up or a conspiracy by the government or something like that. In order to be in America, you have to live in the American system. So you have to be documented in order to live in the American system. We watching undocumented immigrants now trying to get documented because documentation is very important in America. In that folder I just showed you, I got birth records, death records, census records, marriage licenses, car titles, home deed. You need paperwork to need. So if I was to give you my name, Volvo Ranch, that's all you would need. My name and where I was born. And I ain't gotta tell you nothing else. You would be able to trace my name back to that lady. If you really look, if you really, that's all you would need. You ain't got nothing else. I can just give you a random name and you could be able to trace it back. If they're FBA, you would be able to trace it back to the 1870 census. So and this is easy to do, but it's hard to fake. That's what make it airtight as possible. It's easy to do because it's public record. These people actually lived, so they lived. They didn't know anything about in 2025 we would be calling ourselves FBAs. So they just live their regular life. So
okay, so you know basically your heritage, which is good. You know, your families, which is excellent, which we all should know.
but everybody don't got that though. That's what I'm saying. Like that's
what does that do for us in the long haul? Do we build foundationals? Do we build buildings after this? Do we work for each other for a better goal? Is that's what you're doing? Okay.
That's what we want. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. But first, you gotta identify who you building for. You gotta identify who you are.
Facts.
That's the first thing you gotta do. You can't just be building just for anybody that they claim they're black or some shit like that. That's silly. That's just silly, brother. You can't, because Rachel Dolezal can say she's black. Fat Joe is on camera saying he's black. You know what I mean? Anybody could just come on and say, hey, I'm black because I feel black today and I got on some Jordans. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's silly. So you got to identify who your people is. First of all, that's the first thing you got to do. You got to say, this is for this. If you, let me say, if you go to I don't know, if you go to a school and they say that everybody's entitled to these cupcakes, you gonna not everybody in the world is entitled to these cupcakes. Everybody that goes to this school is entitled to these cupcakes. You have to be. That's what we're trying to. You have to delineate. You got to make it specific.
So, what makes you think, when it comes to this reparations talk, that they're actually going to give you per capita the money that is received when you trace your lineage back to slavery or whatever? What makes you think they're going to give you reparations?
Let me jump in right here. I think the point that he's making is not what you're saying right now, which I understand. I'll get to that in a second. But what he's saying is, if you can't do what he's talking about or what I've done, and I've done the same thing, you can't even say that you're owed anything, because everybody else. Because, for instance, my wife is from West Africa. She just got here in 2005. She's not really. I wouldn't think that anybody would say she's owed anything just because she has black skin, right? So,
but she's your wife, right?
Yes.
She's not owed anything, but she's your wife?
Not owed anything by America as far as reparations are concerned, is what I'm saying. I don't have a problem saying that.
But you're gonna hit her up a lick if you supposedly, allegedly, because you're not gonna get it. I'm just gonna say it right now. You're not gonna get it. The only way you're gonna get it is through bloodshed, like I said. But
I probably wouldn't even disagree.
You ain't gonna get. You gonna lick her off of this.
That ain't true. It's already happening. It's already happening. You're gonna be alive when it happens. You're gonna be an American when it's already happening. It's already happening. Actually, forms of reparations have already been paid in Illinois.
You know how many ADOS people came to my channel and said the exact same thing, nothing has changed.
All right. Well, time will tell. Like, now, you give me the type of spirit of you hope it don't happen. Yeah, that's the type of spirit you're giving.
Oh, I'm giving you that spirit. You're just assuming that I'm giving you that spirit.
No, I'm just saying. You're saying it's not happening. It's not going to happen.
The way things are right now, brother, it ain't happening. The way how they're treating you right now,
treating who?
Treating foundational Black Americans. Do I have to say? Okay. All the people that are not from the United States are jumping over you.
How so?
How so? Let me see. They have all the particular jobs that basically you don't want. They have all the assurance, all the citizenships to surpass you in overdue time. All the other people will surpass you. You're just claiming you're claiming something, and that's good. That's good for your lineage, but you don't know how to get along with other people who look like you.
It ain't about look like you. That's over with. That's dead.
No, see, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. You're saying that it's dead when other people actually want to work with you for a greater purpose. Just like the Egyptians when they took their homeland back. We could be doing the exact same thing here in America, but you don't want to do that because you want to know where you come from. That's just like a blood. It's like a blood. It's like you running into a blood. It's like, where are you from? Where your grandmama from? Where you stay? Where your grandmama stay? Where your daddy at? We shouldn't be doing that at a time like this. We should not.
If these so-called people that look like me wanted to be an ally, they'd be an ally. This wouldn't be a problem.
They're trying to be an ally.
They're
actually want to do that. Now, don't get me wrong. Please do not get me wrong. I understand the knuckleheads. We're going to exclude the knuckleheads. Those who proclaim that we're better than Americans. Blah 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 blah. We're going to exclude all them because apparently they come to America and they get the green cards or whatever. They get all this money from the government, and yet they're home free and they build infrastructure for themselves, and they point the finger at you and they wag like this. I'm not excluding them. We have a bigger purpose than you realize. Ooh, it's simple. Do you know how many FBAs and ADOS and Pan-Africanists can come together not overnight if we actually set aside our differences? Do you know how much of a grand slam that would be?
Okay, now hold on, brother. You got to understand, what are our differences? This is their idea. Pan-Africanism is a Black American idea. This is not a Jamaican idea. It's not a Haitian idea. It's not even an African idea. Pan-Africanism is not. That's a Black.
I didn't know Marcus Garvey was a Black American.
Yeah, and Marcus Garvey had to come to America to do that. When he got deported back to Jamaica, that shouldn't have been a bad thing because you already got the Black Americans on board. He went back to Jamaica and they laughed him out of there. They made him out to be a clown.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie.
Because if it was
true, Jamaica could have been a base for Pan-Africanism. If it was true. If he had as many Jamaicans on board as he had as Black Americans on board, my grandfather flew a Pan-African flag.
Brother, Pan-African is everywhere, dude.
Oh, it might be
everywhere.
Spots and people that might.
No matter where you land, Pan-African is global everywhere, and that's one of the reasons why we're winning.
We on That's what we're seeing. If it's a part of the culture, it's not a part of the culture. There, it's not a part of the culture in Jamaica, because if it was, Jamaica would have been the perfect place for Pan-Africanism, the perfect base. Actually, it's in the Atlantic. There's a bunch of Black people there. You can get ships flying all over, and Jamaica can be the base, and ships can come right out of there. And
we're wasting so much. We're wasting so much time with this nonsense. I mean, do we want to work together or not?
No.
No, we can work together. I think the point he's making is, for instance, if for us, we got to come together first as Black Americans. That's the only thing. That's really the only point that he's making. So if I say I'm Black American, I'm from the nigger tribe or whatever that we agree to be, right? And you Jamaican, and you over here and you say, okay, I'm Jamaican. We have the same plight, and we can understand the same values. I can go talk to somebody that's Ghanaian and they got the same problems and they want to get over the same stuff, and somebody else Nigerian and somebody else Liberian and somebody else Guyanese or whatever. We can all come together after that, but it's nothing. It shouldn't be it's like you got a problem with Black Americans coming together and realizing who they are. And then after that, we can do both things at the same time. We don't have to throw away Pan-Africanism to accept and be proud of who we are personally. I think that's where it's like you got a problem with Black Americans coming together personally and saying, hey, brother, me and Volvo Rants, I rock with you. I see your census. I I got the same amount of censuses that you got. I done did my ancestry and all of that, and I got, I done. My great grandmother wrote out a family tree before she died, right? And then I went back, like he said, on the census, and it verified everything that she said off the census papers. So I'm not gonna throw away the census because of it verified everything that my great grandmother said, right? So that validates it for me. And then so for me to accept that and love that and appreciate that personally, and somebody else does that, after all of that, we can accept that and then we can still work together. It ain't saying that we against everybody else because we FBA or ADOS or whatever you want to call it, niggas, whatever we agree to call ourselves, right?
Jay, we wasted too much time. We wasted damn near 50 years of figuring out who we are as black people. And I hate using colorisms because I don't do colorisms. Let's just call us, let's call it self-melanated people. Us melanated people have wasted too much time going in and out of these same ideology concepts that most of us, by the time 2050 hits, we would no longer exist due to the fact of just the gibbering and jabbering and all the fucking time about who the fuck we are, instead of just picking one thing in which you said it, one thing that we all can agree on. Just like if I were to get the Bloods and the Crips together to fight off this bullshit ideology of white people trying to destroy us one by one, I would basically put them in all black. They could keep their flags, but I'll basically dress them in all black, put a weapon in their hand, and we're going to fight for what the fuck we believe in. That's just me. I would do the exact same thing to the two of you. I will put a gun in your hands, and we're going to march for our freedom, to be free. And to be free, that is to shed blood. Yeah. That is to shed blood for our brothers and sisters, for our family, for our loved ones. No matter if you're from Africa, no matter if you're Jamaica, Haiti, or wherever you are. That's my attitude. You can call yourself foundational Black Americans all you want. You can call yourself ADOS. But the fact of the matter is, we're the ones that are an endangered species right now. We are the ones that are an endangered species. It's true each and every single time. And even on the news. Obviously, you heard about the shit that's going on in California right now. With all the fires going on and all this shit. How many foundational Black Americans are in California?
In the places that was being burned up?
Yeah.
Probably, I think it's like 3%, 5% of California.
It ain't that many in the places that got burned up.
It's still a lot, in my opinion. It's still a lot, and it's enough.
And we can do for the help.
What's your ideology? I'm going to ask you. You said
I'm trying, Lisa.
You said that we're melanated, right? You said that we're melanated people, right? Yeah, brother, you got to stay on top. We can't talk about California, but I mean, you do it. This is your space.
I'm getting to a bigger and better point. What you talking about? You keep telling me about you. I get it, and I already told you it's a good thing. It's a great thing to know who you are. Dr. Umar Johnson talks about his lineage all the fucking time. Stated name by name, went from the bottom all the way up to the top. How many people say they can actually do that without making the pace? Well, you should. You
the whole FBA. That's the whole FBA. That's what we're saying. If you can't trace your lineage, we ain't even dealing with that. We ain't dealing with no fairy tales, no story. My grandmother said none of that shit. If you can't trace it, when you said the census. That ain't nothing. That's documentation. If you can't prove it through records, we ain't even fucking with it. We not fucking with it. But let me ask you this: you said that we're melanated, right?
I don't even want to talk about Fat Joe. I don't even want to talk about it.
We're melanated people, right? And melanated people are all the same. That's what you're saying.
For percentage wise, no. So I'll backtrack that statement. Percentage wise, we are different. Like I could be 80% melanin versus you could be 79% melanin.
But
versus
if you got 50% melanin,
right?
Are you melanated?
I'm sorry. If I'm 50%,
yeah. Are you melanated?
Yes.
So how can melanated people be all the same? If we're all, because there's melanated people all over the world. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Melanated Asians are melanated. They have melanin.
What's the percentage?
They got melanin. So what's the all right? I don't know the percentage, but what's the percentage to qualify for your group of black people when you say that, or melanated people? Who fits your group? Who's
qualified for what?
So you're saying that you're melanated people. Who do you consider to be melanated, a part of this melanated people group that you're talking about?
Okay. First and foremost, I don't think you get the concept when I say melanated, because I just said earlier ago I don't do colorisms. They gave you black for a reason. You do know that, right? Do you believe white people to be white?
No.
Do you believe us to be black?
No, we're brown.
Until we can get that. Well, brown people are Mexicans. See what I'm saying? See the confusion that white people has given us.
I don't see
since the Willie Lynch era.
No, you're going everywhere, brother. That's why we say stay on topic. You're going everywhere.
That is the topic, sir.
No,
that's what I'm telling you. You keep going on. You keep saying. You keep asking me about melanatedism, right? Where do you think you get that concept?
Let me ask this: Who is your people? Who is your people? Let's do that. Who is your people?
In terms of what?
Who is your people in terms of who is these people that you want to connect with, and we're all the same all over the world? Who are the
I'm Pan-African, sir. I connect with everyone. Everyone.
Are the Latinos Africans?
No.
No.
If they don't claim that they're African, no.
So you have to claim it.
Yes, they have to claim 100% if they're African.
You don't see how that's problematic. They have to
claim it all.
So Fat Joe claims to be black. He's African. Fat Joe claims to be African. Is Fat Joe African? Is he a part of your African group?
How does he claim it? Because again, I'm not a fan of Fat Joe.
It ain't about being a fan. I don't gotta like that.
I never heard of that man. I never heard of that man speak. If you say that he claims it, then he must have a lot to say about African American people. But I have to hear him say it because I have not heard him say that.
So you only have to claim it, and that's you're saying that a guy has to claim it.
If a Latino claims his Africanity 100%, then yes, he's part melanated anyway. He's part African anyway.
So let me ask you this. If a guy that looks just like Fat Joe, a Puerto Rican looks just like Fat Joe, saying that I'm black, I'm an African.
Even the Puerto Ricans, if they claim their Africanity,
so
even the Homo sapiens, you got the British. Should I go on?
I'm asking you a question, brother. I'm saying, so all you have to do is claim it. You have to just claim that you're black or melanated.
Not only do you have to claim it, you have to prove that shit.
How so? How so?
How so? I don't know. Let's say
no. You're claiming that this is your group. Like, see, when you ask me how do you prove it, I'll give you documents.
No, because I already know what you do. Because I know what you're doing with it. And
I'm not doing it.
Because you saying that only Black Americans can claim this sort of thing because they can trace their lineage back into the Americans, right? But these Puerto Ricans and these Mexicans and these Latinos and whoever else, they seemed a little bit different from us. Not so, because even and I don't know if Homeboy can testify to this. when most of our slave masters or slaves were captured, didn't that ship somehow go down South Africa onto the coast of Brazil and go up Lake Michigan?
It couldn't have went to Lake Michigan. Couldn't have. Couldn't it? A ship,
Go up towards Lake Michigan?
A slave ship could never touch Lake Michigan.
No. Hit Brazil, and the slaves went from Brazil all the way up to Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan connected to, God damn it,
Mississippi River.
Mississippi River.
A slave ship never went up Lake Michigan. Never.
I don't believe that either.
It's called the transatlantic slave trade, the Atlantic Ocean, meaning that the slave got dropped off.
I said it went from all the way to South Africa to Brazil. You're still going off Lake Michigan.
You just said Lake Michigan. What are we talking about here?
I said it stopped at Brazil, sir.
So what's the Lake Michigan even come up then? Why would Lake Michigan even be a word that we're using right now? What are you talking about?
Our slaves were dropped off at Brazil and proceed to come up Lake Michigan.
How the fuck that's a hell of a journey from Brazil to Lake Michigan. You got to cut through Ecuador, Mexico, this shit, Texas, Arkansas. You got to cut this a lot. That's a hell of a journey. I'm not understanding nothing you saying now, bro. You just saying stuff. Here's the thing, right? Let me get back on topic. Oh, go ahead. Mike, horrible. Your mic is horrible, bro.
Yeah. Drop off and come back up because
that's one of the most, you got one of the most horrible mics in the history of mics. Let me say this, right? Just to get back on topic, because I don't know how Brazil and Lake Michigan, that's two different. Lake Michigan is almost Canada. I don't know how you go from Brazil to that. Yes, that's
didn't Harriet Tubman go all the way from Mississippi all the way to
from Brazil to Mississippi she didn't go from Mississippi, but here's the thing.
You're still on Brazil. I just said Mississippi on up. I didn't say anything about Brazil. I basically debunked Brazil.
Here's the thing. Just to get back on topic, Pan-Africanism is dead. I'm gonna tell you why. That was an Black American ideology in the early 1900s.
Did Tariq put you up to this?
Ain't about no Tariq though. That's what I'm saying. Every time I come in one of these rooms and I get to debunking people, it turns into a Tariq thing. It might be.
I just asked the question.
Problem. That might be a real problem. Tariq got some wild fans. You could be just a Tariq fan and not really want to keep it on the ideology.
You don't keep it on the ideology. What you talking about?
I'm talking about the room. You talking about Brazil, Lake Michigan? I don't know.
Arguing with Africans all day. He's African with basically himself.
What'd you say? Look,
he's African. He's arguing to basically himself. In other words, he's arguing with people who look like you and I. This is basically what I'm trying to say. Even though they speak a different language.
Just because we look the same, that don't mean that we are the same. Asians look similar.
Because we speak a different language? Are you kidding me?
A different history, a different culture, Asians look similar, but a Chinese man and a Japanese man is not the same. If you call a Korean man Chinese, he's going to be offended and he's going to correct you. If you
if you look back deeper into our history, you might find an African in our family. You do know that, right? We might find some Irish in our family.
Listen, man, I think you understand what I'm saying, or maybe you don't. Or maybe you don't understand what I'm saying.
I think this is just a waste of time to me.
It's not, no, it's not. Maybe to you. Yeah, maybe to you, but it's not for us. We know what we're doing though. Here's the thing. Notice
okay. For you, I'm talking to you now.
You talking about
forget all this FBA crap. Put all FBA to the side.
It's not crap. If you
No,
listen to me,
but-
you're talking about FBA.
No, but I'm talking about. Let me talk to you, the black man, the human being. Okay, let me talk to you, my brother.
Talk to me, brother.
Why is it so hard for you and I? That's my point. Why is it so hard for you and I to come together as one unit? Why?
Now, if you allow me to answer, that's up to y'all. This is y'all idea. The delineation is y'all idea. That was us. When you talk about Pan-Africanism, that's a Black American idea. That was us wanted to unify. That was us. Y'all said no. Y'all rejected that. Now all of a sudden y'all saying, no, hold on, wait. That was y'all idea. Y'all the ones that said stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Yankee. The Black American is bad. The Black American is this. That was us talking about Pan-Africanism. This the history of Black. Like I said, my grandfather flew a Black American flag. I mean, flew a Pan-African, flew a red, black, and green flag. I'm gonna say that. My mother and father flew a red, black, and green flag. That was our idea here in America. The red, black, and green flag is like the unofficial Black American flag. You couldn't go anywhere in Black America and not find an I love America. I love Africa T-shirt. I love Africa bumper sticker. Back to Africa, brother. That's our scholars talking like that. That's not an African ideology. That's not a Caribbean ideology. That's a Black American ideology. They came here and they rejected that ideology. They came here and said, stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Yankee. The Black American is a gangbanger. The Black American is a baby mama. He's a thug. Stay away from that. Conform to whiteness. We're not. They actually moved away from Africa. Pan-Africanism. They ran away from Africa. They ran away from it. Nobody's running to Africa. They're running away from Africa. All of the best Pan-Africans right now today, whether you agree with their Pan-African ideology, they are Pan-Africans. What is Phil Scott with the African Diaspora News Channel. Whether you agree with that or not, he's a Pan-Africanist. He's one of the most prominent Pan-Africanists ever.
You never claimed that. Okay.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm gonna go like 30 more seconds if y'all allow me.
Go ahead.
To come here to talk about Pan-Africanism. Jamaica rejected it. Grandmaster Jay is in jail right now because of his Pan-Africanist ideology. That's John Jackson. That's his name, John Johnson. Grandmaster Jay had a Pan-Africanist ideology. It just went over everybody's head. They couldn't get it.
He went to jail because of a gun charge.
Listen, hold on. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Let me just finish saying what I'm saying. That's a Pan-African.
I don't know why we're running away from Africa. I really don't know why. I really don't know.
All right. Well, I said what I had to say. I'm gonna get caught.
I really don't. I do not know why we running away from what we're trying to build a bridge. Build a bridge from over here to over there. I don't even know why we want to exclude the bridge. I do not know why.
Can I go? Let the brother speak while he got signal. I think he's
go ahead.
I'll say this last one.
Sure.
The Prince of Pan-Africanism. The Prince of Pan-Africanism. The King Kong consciousness. He's a Black American. He's all the best Pan-Africanists are Black. But go ahead.
Okay. Good. So I'm glad that the brothers had a chance to express their opinions about some things. But I want to clarify.
Raise your mic up just a little bit, if you can.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want to clear up some things that were said that is some confusing to me. Things is that the brother said that Jamaica rejected Marcus Garvey. Well, Marcus Garvey right now, he has the Order of National Hero Award. That's the highest award in Jamaica. So if they rejected him, why would he have that award? That's the
Because
first
they
thing.
realized their mistake.
Let me
They
finish.
realized their mistake.
Let me finish though, brother. Then the brother said, he asked the brother, We-On-Loc Nation. He's like, well, who are these Pan-Africans you want to connect with? Well, I'm a Pan-African and he's a Pan-African. We are connected. I've been on this show before. You know, we are trying to forge a relationship with one another. He's in America, I'm in the Caribbean. So that's the connection right there. When the brother talks about Pan-African being an American thing, my question to him is, when did that Pan-Africanism start? Because I'm knowing before Pan-Africanism was brought to America, the Caribbean was practicing Pan-Africanism. In fact, one of the forefathers of Pan-Africanism is William Blyden. He is from the Virgin Islands. You could look this up. You could disagree with me and look this up. When the Haitians in 1804, these was a bunch of Haitians who came from Africa, got together. They were from different tribes and different cultures. They decided to fight the French. That's practicing Pan-Africanism, because these was Africans from all over West Africa. When they decided to fight the French, the Spanish, etc., etc., etc. So when you say that it's an American thing, it's really not an American thing. The brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, in South America, and in the Americas has been practicing Pan-Africanism for a very long time off of the record. That's the standard. As far as Pan-Africanism, you want to dispel it and dismiss it, I'm saying no problem. But what is the alternative? The alternative either is Pan-Europeanism, which is being practiced now every time you go to McDonald's. McDonald's is a Scottish name, by the way. So you practicing Pan-Europeanism every time you buy a hamburger from their joints. You practicing Pan-Europeanism every time you buy Balenciaga. You practicing Pan-Europeanism every time you buy a Nike shoe. So you decide, your thing is, we don't want to practice Pan-Africanism, which is the betterment of Africans all over the world. All over the world. Yeah, that's Nike is a European god, brother. Needless to say. But you wanna practice Pan-Europeanism, Pan-Asianism, Pan-Arabism. This is what the world practices. Or do you want to get, because the European Union,
even Booker T. Washington is a Pan-Africanist.
The European Union is Pan-Europeanism. So I'm saying that which Pan-African, because you can't practice isolationism where you just this enclave of black people by yourself. You can't just do that. I mean, you live in a global world now. So what are you going to decide to do since you want to disassociate for all the other Africans around the world? Who do you want to?
I don't understand. I don't
think he was ever saying disassociate. Like, it's a difference between.
He's FBA, right?
Listen, yes. Let me finish. It's a difference between disassociating and differentiating between who you are and who other people are. I think that's a big difference. It's not, and that shouldn't be a problem. The same way that you stated, the same way, Bawana, whatever your name is, no offense, you know, you Caribbean, where you come from and your history. It's nothing wrong with people in America understanding who they are and their history. I don't think it should be a problem with that.
It's not a problem at all, brother. Everybody knows who the African American is. They have an American flag. They have it's different from all other groups of black people around the Caribbean and even in Africa. So everyone knows who the African American is. I don't understand why you all want to get another moniker, but that, I think, that's just Tariq Nasheed. But you guys can do whatever you all want to do. I mean,
we're not trying. Go ahead, brother. You didn't hear what I was saying. I think, like he said, you know who you are. You said everybody else know who we are, but most black people in America don't know who they are. That's what we get into. And if black people in America want to figure out who they are and identify themselves, it's crazy to me that other people from Caribbean and other stuff have a problem with that.
No, I just
want us to be able to have pride. I want us to be able to have pride in ourselves and who we are and our struggle and our culture that everybody be vampiring off of. I want us to be able to have pride in that, you know, and you know, and be proud of it. And it shouldn't be anything wrong with that.
I have no problem with you guys having your own culture. I have my own culture. The problem I have is when your leader says that the reason why it's AIDS in the United States of
We don't
America,
have a leader. I'm gonna stop you right there. We don't have a leader.
Tariq Nasheed has
Tariq Nasheed is no leader of black people. Stop right there,
brother. Tariq Nasheed has the copyright title of the FBA. He is the owner of FBA. You would not have an FBA without.
And here we go. Here we go. Here's the thing. Let me say this.
Wait. What was wrong? What was said? What was said? Explain to me so I know.
Let me finish right quick. I think he trying to jump in on the FBA part. I talked earlier that I don't care what our name is. It could be FBA, ADOS, niggas, whatever we come together and agree.
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you.
I ain't holding on to some FBA title, but when somebody says FBA, I know who they talking about, and I know that they differentiating between me and Bawana over here.
Bro, you know? I have no problem with that, Mr. Hub. The problem I have is when leaders come up on the microphone and say the reason why HIV came to America is because of those Caribbean people, the Haitian people. The reason. Let me finish.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I want to finish. The problem I have is when the brothers come up on the microphone and says that the reason why gang culture has reached California was because of the Belizean people who came there. This is the problem I have. Why do other groups of people why do you all have to degenerate other groups of people to exalt yourself? If you want to, brother, I don't have nothing to say about African Americans. So you can't love.
You don't personally, but brother, you know what we're talking about.
But I know African Americans who feel a certain way about Africans and about Caribbean
nobody cares about Africans. Let me tell you this, right? Growing up, never had anything bad about Africans. Well, grandma ain't never said, "Oh, stay away from those Africans," or no shit like that. We was over here handling business. We ain't got time to be.
You're not being honest.
Enemy,
Wolverine, you're not being honest, brother. America is.
I'm telling you that I'm FBA, right?
No problem.
Right now, I live in a foundational Black American neighborhood. We're about 95% foundational Black Americans today.
Why doesn't Tariq Nasheed live in one?
This is a segregated red line.
Good question.
What he asked?
Why doesn't Tariq Nasheed live in one?
Ain't nobody
I don't care about Tariq. See, that's the point. Y'all got a Tariq
He's supposed to be your leader, though.
No, he's not.
Who said he's a leader? You have a Tariq problem. That's your main problem. Is that guy?
He's the one that set up the whole thing. What are you talking about?
We just told you that he's not the one. I told you this before they came up.
Actually, he told me that, but you didn't.
No, I told you that too. We talked about Dr. Claude Anderson.
Dr. Claude Anderson is not the leader of FBA. There
is no leader of a lineage. Who's the leader of the Jamaicans?
Lineage is not copyrighted. No lineage is copyrighted.
No,
it's unfortunate. FBA
there is Jamaican copyrights. Yes, there is Jamaican.
Brother, there's no copyright for the word Jamaican.
Yes, there is.
You cannot copyright a lineage legally.
That's what I'm saying.
Copyright a lineage. So if Tariq Nasheed copyrighted his lineage, FBA, in 2018, it's not a lineage. It's a business. It's
all right, well, let me say this then. We should have copyrighted hip hop. If he copyrighted, he was smart. He got out in front of it. We ain't. This is what I'm saying.
If you guys
listen to what I'm saying, you understand what we're saying. We're not talking about any copyrights or none of that. If he copyrighted, so what? So what if he did? Let's say so what?
Right. Let me tell you why. So what?
This is not even your business.
But
nobody up here is defending. No. Nobody up here is defending.
You guys questioning the Pan-African. Why you can't say it's not my business?
Against Tariq. Nobody up here is defending Tariq.
If you going under the moniker, if you are going under the title FBA, okay. I am attacking the person who is the founder of FBA.
Who cares where he lives? We don't care. You care more than we care.
Yes, because
most FBAs don't give a fuck where he lives. As long as he live in America, we don't care.
But why would he?
Americans that live in Alaska. Why would he? Black Americans that live in Hawaii.
Why would he want to live among his? Why wouldn't he live want to live among his own people? Though?
He does. He's not the only FBA in the whole neighborhood there.
Oh, so you know where he lives?
I don't really know where he lives, but I know he's not the only one. You would know more than me because you have a Tariq problem more than anything. That's
no. My only problem with Tariq Nasheed is
where does he live? Where does he live?
He lives in California off of Cheatham. He lives in an all-white neighborhood. All-white neighborhood, brother.
I guarantee you that he's not. We say all-white neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Only FBA that lives in that neighborhood. I guarantee it. I guarantee that.
Okay, so my only problem with
is he the only? He's surrounded by. It's 100% white, and the Tariq, the Nasheed family is the only family that lives there. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm first of all, I'm saying there's always exceptions to every rule. But I'm saying that if you're talking about a black family, Tariq doesn't have a black family. Tariq's mother-in-law is a Jewish woman.
Now we getting weird. You're weird about the guy. You're just weird about the guy, and you're weird about black people. That's all.
But do you see the problems? Hold on. Do you see the problems that we have right now?
No.
Why don't you ever see why?
I see this shit clear as day.
I see it clear as day too. Y'all have a weird problem with us delineating.
No. We're done with that. No, we're done with that. We're done with that. This is the individual. The four individuals right here. Starting with you. And I hope and I pray that this happens. That one day you're going to see that foundational Black Americans or not, you are going to need help. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, ain't you 1 or 2% of America when it comes to the FBA? Give me a correct number.
I thought it was 13.
13%?
13 last time I heard.
Let me say this, right? I think it's 20% in my opinion because I'm not on the census and nobody in my family.
20%. Okay, 20%. Okay, we'll go off 20%. All right. 20% versus 61% of white America.
And let me say this, right? Did we need your help when we were getting out of slavery?
Come on, bro! Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well,
can I answer that question?
That we already have.
Can I answer that?
I can only use the reference that we have.
Can I answer
you don't see the right. You don't see the fucking right on the wall. Danger! We're in danger. We're in endangered species. You don't see that?
Who's an endangered species? Yeah, I mean, just because you make your eyes big and go, that doesn't mean you're right. Like, that don't make you right. Who's an endangered species? I mean, if you got 50 million of something, you're not in danger of anything. If you have 50 million pairs of shoes, you're not in danger of not having shoes. If you have $50 million, you're not in danger of going broke. If you have 50 million people, you're not an endangered species. It's literally 50 million. You have no.
So to answer Vovo's statement, I don't mind Vovo delineating, nor do I mind J-Hub. The reason is because they represent only a certain percentage of Black America. They have their opinions and they have a right to those opinions. There are other Black Americans, like the brother on the panel, who does want to associate with the rest of the Black world. And I have no problem.
Oh, he's Black American. Go ahead.
Well, not only him, but many others, because I'm on a panel weekly with African American brothers who I link with.
They don't know. I guarantee you that they don't know.
Oh, okay. So you don't know if you see the problem. The problem with your argument over rants is this is the two problems. Historically, I don't think that you might not know of something called the inter-American slave trade. Do you know what that is? Do you know what the inter-American slave trade is, brother?
No.
Okay, the inter-American slave trade is.
I actually do know. I'm just joking. I'm fucking with you, but go ahead.
Okay, so if you know what that was, you would know.
Going back and forth. I know. We heard all this shit already. Listen, we heard all this shit already. I think y'all really don't understand what we're doing.
So the argument
got this shit nailed down to
a. Thank you.
But go ahead.
The argument of not knowing who we are becomes difficult because if slaves was going back and forth from the Americas to the Caribbean and to the Caribbean to the Americas, how do you know, bro? How do you know? That's a census record. That's not scientific. That's a census record, bro.
This That's not a gotcha moment. Scientific, you're going to go into some DNA type of stuff.
Oh, you don't believe in DNA?
You don't
what?
You don't believe in DNA?
To a certain extent.
To what extent?
To a certain extent, I believe that DNA can tell me that I got diabetes, or DNA can tell me that I have COVID, or DNA can tell
so
me.
You don't believe that DNA can trace your lineage back to?
But it can't tell you.
DNA can tell me that I have a 50% African DNA.
You believe that?
But DNA can't tell me the name. DNA would never be able to provide this lady's name.
Yeah, but Catherine Beasley wasn't her original name. Do you know that? That's not even her original name.
Yes, it was,
brother.
Yes, it was.
We talking about lineage now. Lineage go back. It go back before the Americas.
Lineage go. Yeah. I agree with that.
So that Beasley last name is a European one. I'm sure your family don't stop.
100%. You 100% right about that. Now go ahead. You're gonna say it goes back to Africa. Go back to Africa and all that. Everybody go back to Africa.
I say this. I got $50 for the other two people that ain't got document. If you can give me some documentation before 1870, I give you $100 right now.
I don't need documentation to know who I am.
Oh, okay. So you got stories, and so the thing is, like I said, I had stories that my great grandmother wrote a family tree, and then I traced that back with the documentation too, and it validated the story, right? So if you just got a story, you know what I'm saying?
No, I also get DNA evidence as well, brother.
What is the DNA?
The DNA evidence will show me who my father is. It show me who my grandmother is, and it can go back. Your argument is
no.
The DNA can show me who I am related to in a scientific way. So if you say the argument, let me finish, J-Hub. If you say the argument is about lineage, then I am going back within my lineage, because I know and I understand my lineage extends beyond the borders of the Caribbean and the Americas.
So let me say this. If you may have done your DNA, right? But if your mother didn't do her DNA, your father, your grandparents, your great grandparents didn't do their DNA, you cannot tie yourself to those people. You cannot.
I don't think it would make a difference.
Yes, it does make a difference.
I don't think it would
your
make
DNA,
a difference.
because I've done my DNA as well. It'll just say, "Hey, you from Nigeria,
right?
Whatever." It doesn't say the people that you're tied to.
No, it does say
give you a name.
No, J-Hub, it does say the groups of people that who you are connected to in Africa.
Okay,
Africa.
It says the tribe or the groups of people, but it doesn't give you a name.
He
has a Beasley name. He has a woman that was born in 1870. He can go
she
to
wasn't
that
born in
census.
1870. She was 38 years old. Was it 38?
Okay, so she was 38 years old in 1870. So that means she was born a slave. He can go to that census, right?
Exactly.
He can go to that census, and then for example, for me, when we finally pulled up the census, and my grandmother was there, she said, "Yeah, I see that census." My grandmother, I was that age then. Because at that time at the census, they was going around from house to house writing names on the street. Everybody in your neighborhood was on the same page of paper. And they said, "Yeah, I remember those people that lived next door to us, and they was right next to her on the census." The people at the next house. Let me finish. The people at the next house was on the next line on the census. Everybody in the families that was on that house in that neighborhood was on that same page of paper, literally, and that validates the stories that we were told. So if you can't just pull up your DNA and nobody else in your family took DNA besides you, that doesn't validate anything. That just tells you a haplogroup or whatever that it was from wherever you was in Africa. And
okay, so
what is your if you go to the census, what do you, when you go to get the census, how do you know that they traced your lineage all the way back to where you came from? How do you know?
No, the census, I'll be straight up with you. The census for black people is only going to go back to 1850 or when they freed the slave. That's when your census record stop.
Well, no, I'm on. There is some slaves that were on earlier census, and some free black people that were on earlier census, and then you can get into other things like slave schedules and stuff like that. And I got my uncle got what is it called, where you sell something, receipts and shit like that. We can see where one of my grandmothers were sold from Virginia to Georgia. You know, we shit like that. You know, that's when you get to that. But the reason why 1870 is so important, because that's when the first time that black people were counted like white people. That was the first time. That was the first census after the Civil War.
Yeah, but J. Rance and J. Hub, I understand that getting a census record and establishing your family from 1850 is give you guys a sense of meaning and purpose. But come
on, bro. That's backhanded. That is
how was that backhanded?
It gives you a sense of meaning and purpose, like we didn't have that without.
Let him explain.
That's backhanded, but go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that, right? But I'm saying to you, how about your other family members? Don't they also deserve to be recognized and acknowledged as well? Because to say that my slave... Let me finish those verbal rants. To say that your lineage stops at slavery or some horrible situation that occurred to them because of the transatlantic slave trade is a bad thing. I think you could go beyond that, brother. And DNA evidence have you to go beyond that, and your blood could be traced beyond the borders of the United States. Why just stop in Americas?
No, I agree with that. My point was that I at least got that documentation. Botswana, can you show me some documentation from people in the 1800s from your family? No, you can't. You can't show me who the neighbors in.
Let me say this, right? We do acknowledge our heritage beyond the census. We acknowledge our indigenous heritage. The black indigenous, the dark-skinned, melanated indigenous people that were here before the European shoulder. We acknowledge
that's another.
No, I'm just saying we do. We acknowledge. No, you want to hear about the African slaves that came here. We acknowledge that too. We also acknowledge the Moorish explorers. We acknowledge all. This is what we're listening. When we put the 3 stars on this, 3 stars. That's the 3 groups. I don't know if you can see that. That's the 3 groups. We do acknowledge it before the census. We do acknowledge this. This the 3 groups. The Moorish explorers, the Africans. I know y'all want to harp on that. The Africans. And the indigenous dark-skinned people.
But the Moors are from North Africa. Most of your family came from West Africa, right?
Who? What do you say? Most of my family?
I'm asking.
I would say most of my family are would be indigenous.
Indigenous, like you talking about like Indians and things of that nature.
If that's the term you want to use, but I think you understand the indigenous, the dark-skinned people, probably looked at like J-Hub. Probably looked at just like J-Hub. You see how J-Hub looks? Probably looked at just like him.
When the indigenous, you said dark, right? What about the Homo sapiens? What are people like?
All Homo sapiens, technically.
Man, what are you talking about?
Even white people are Homo sapiens. Asians are Homo sapiens.
No, every human being is Homo sapien. What are you?
Right? Yeah. So like, I don't even know
what human being is Homo.
Every single human being.
So what are you? Are you not a Homo sapien? What are you?
I am a Homo sapien.
Yeah. So
I'm talking about in when it comes to, I guess what I'm pointing at. I don't think it's Homo sapien.
It can't be.
No.
I got
Homo sapien.
I'm gonna find out.
I got a reference for you. I don't know if y'all football fans. I'm really not. But the Washington Redskins mascot. Look at him. Look at that guy.
Can I ask a question?
Look at that.
The Commanders.
Can I ask you a question?
The Redskins before they changed it.
Oh.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
So in the Americas, right? They had Indians who had like slaves.
Yeah.
So would you say your family was the Indian or was they the slaves?
I would say both.
So let me jump in right here.
I see.
But Juana, the thing that you have to realize is that when they do the DNA test, they're basing that off of current peoples, right? So they really relate. If for instance, if they gonna say in my DNA that I'm Nigerian, they gonna have to tie me back to one of my cousins that they swabbed within the last 20 years for their DNA. They don't have the DNA of the people that was there hundreds of years ago.
J-Hub,
listen to what I'm saying. I just want you to listen to what I'm saying right quick. They tying that DNA into current peoples in that area. So if it's current peoples in the area of Nigeria that have the same DNA as me, then they'll say, "Hey, J-Hub, you Nigerian." If they tie me into people from Cameroon or Liberia, they'll say, "Hey, J-Hub, you got some cousins in Liberia, or your genealogy." We just gonna assume that these people been here forever because they African and they ain't moved around. That we just gonna say your lineage comes from these people. They got the same DNA as you. They didn't take the DNA from people from hundreds of years ago that left Africa. They didn't do that in their DNA test. I hope you understand that.
The problem with your logic is this.
It's not logic, it's reality. Can you accept what I'm saying?
No, I can't. And the reason why is most people. Well, let me answer your question and give you the reasons why, brother.
Go ahead.
The reason why is most people are not nomadic, which means that most people don't move around. Just as most people never leave Brooklyn, most people when they grow up in an area, most people won't never leave that area. If you look at some groups in Africa, on the continent itself, tribal groups, they've been there for hundreds of years, sometimes even thousands of years. Where the Igbos are in Nigeria, they've been there for hundreds of years. Where the what's the other group's name? I can't remember now. They've been there for hundreds of years. So it's a good indicator to predict that if I take the DNA sample of the groups that live there now, that's the same people or the families of the same people who've been living there for centuries. This is the reason why you could connect that bloodline for a long time, because that most groups don't move. Most groups are not nomadic people, which means they don't necessarily move around from one place to another. This is the reason why the DNA becomes predictable.
So
now let me.
Do you not realize that when people were being sold off for slavery, they was wiping out entire tribes and stuff and selling them off to other people? Do you not realize that they wasn't leaving nobody behind to stay in Africa? They was either taken off the face of the earth or selling them as slaves. Do you realize that? And they genealogy, they DNA wouldn't be around anymore. Do you
Brother, what I understand is right now in Benin, they used to have a tribe called the Dahomey tribe. The Dahomey tribe is a tribe that they took them from Benin to Haiti, right? To Haiti. If you was to do the sampling of the people of Benin and the people of Haiti, you would see an automatic connection, even though hundreds of years have passed, because the Dahomey people who existed there back then, they still currently exist in Benin, Africa.
Could I ask you this, right? You asked me a question, right? Were we the slaves or the ones that were being sold, right? If we were Native Americans, right? Or indigenous
Yes,
Americans?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. Now would you agree that Native American tribes own slaves?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now you gotta give me this though, right? Everybody agrees to that. You gotta give me this then. Usually the slave master would have sex with his slave. He does whatever he wants with his slave, right?
Yes.
When men and women have sex, they have children, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, like that by itself would give us
you have white people. That's the reason why you have white people in your family.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So that would give us a native heritage right there.
Sure, I agree.
Even deeper than that, but you now you can't deny that.
No, I agree. But when you say Wolverines, you make a statement. You said that basically your people was here before Columbus came.
100%.
Okay, and before the natives, if I be incorrect, that right? Didn't you say that?
The Mongoloid natives, yeah.
You're right. So we talking about different kinds of people. So when we talking about the Indians, who are we talking about? We talking about the black people you talking about, or the Indians, the Mongoloids?
We're talking about the dark-skinned natives. Dark-skinned natives.
So they own slaves.
No, they were taken into slavery. Some of them may have owned slaves, but they were taken into slavery. We would agree that when the Europeans came here, they took the natives into slavery, right?
Yes.
So now hold on. Now they took the natives into slavery. Now, if the natives are on the plantation, they're already in slavery, and then they bring Africans in, wouldn't the Africans and the natives meet on the plantation? Wouldn't they like intermingle and have children?
Absolutely.
So what are we talking about then?
No, you are talking about something. No, but you are talking about something different over.
No, but you were questioning our native heritage.
But you say your native heritage is before the Mongoloids. It's before Columbus.
Moving the goalpost, yeah, because there were dark-skinned people already here.
Right. So we talking about those people, not the Mongoloids. Are you talking about?
Well, no. What I'm saying is this, though: whether they were dark-skinned or not, whether dark-skinned or not, you agreed with me. You agreed with me twice that the natives had slaves, and they would have had sex with their slaves.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that the Europeans took natives into slavery, and those natives would have mingled with the black Africans coming from Africa, and they would have mingled with them and had children with them. So why would you ever question our native heritage? You just looking for
because Vovo Rants, you said to me that you believe in DNA. Didn't you say that?
Yep.
Okay.
No, to a certain extent.
To a certain extent.
Am I looking at the right thing?
If you do a testing of most blacks in the Caribbean and even in America, let's deal with North America. Most blacks, they usually have 20 to 80%. Very few of them have a large portion of DNA. Like the Indian Mongoloid DNA, they have like 1% or less than 1%. But the majority of them have 80% African. That's been consistent. 80% African and at least 20% European DNA, and a very small times they have less than 1% so-called Mongoloid or Indian heritage.
It doesn't matter. We still have it. It doesn't matter.
A few y'all do. I agree.
That makes us unique. That makes us unique. That makes us the FBA. That makes us a unique people.
No, brother, you unique because of your American experience, bro. You know,
thank you. So I don't know, with all this identity crisis and people trying to super dissect our lineage and all this crazy shit. Support. Goddamn, that's all we look for. You said that you support black people. Support this.
What I support is if the brothers them positive.
I would support it, but I'm not going to support the negativity that comes with it.
If the brothers them
don't support the negativity the other way too, because that's their idea. It's not our idea. They started with us, so we just fighting back. Don't get mad once we punch back.
Well, I already told you earlier. I don't agree with those people that come over here and sit thinking that they're better than us. I don't agree with none of that. I've been told you.
Right. So get mad at them because that was not our idea.
That's a very, very small percentage of people. In my opinion.
It's the culture. When you got a word like "stay away from the Akata" and everybody know what Akata mean, they got a reference for it. That's the culture. When you got
so here's my issue. Because you make your point very clear. You say some immigrants come over here, black immigrants come over here and use words like Akata, even though Akata is only a word. I found out that it's a Nigerian word, but it's not used all over Africa because Angolans don't know what Akata is. Okay, good. So when the Mexicans come to America and they use the term like Negrito or Mulano, or the Italians come to Americans and they use Mulignan, and then when the Germans, when they come to Americans and call you the N-word straight up to your face, where's the outrage? Because I don't hear it on these platforms.
See, now that's so fucking fake. We just went.
I don't have the outrage.
listen, you haven't seen the outrage. Well, you haven't been paying attention. And you haven't been paying attention. See, what y'all do is y'all jump on us and then y'all say, why you're not going after the other group? We got smoke for everybody. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Anybody
no problem.
To stop Asian hate thing. We're on Fat Joe head right now. Right now, today, as you make this statement, we're on Fat Joe and the Latinos head.
Fat Joe's a black man. But there are 4.6 million black immigrants in America.
Fat Joe's a black man, is what you just said.
Yes, sir. There are 4.6 million black immigrants in America. There are 55.
Fat Joe is a black. Have you seen Fat Joe's book of Joseph? That was him as a child. That's a black man on there?
Brother.
You're trolling.
Brother,
Fat Joe is a black man.
Have you been to New Orleans?
You're trolling me right now.
Have you been to New Orleans?
I'm the one that told you that.
Have you been to New Orleans before?
I asked you.
Have you been to New Orleans before?
You're trolling me right now, bro. You're trolling me.
I said if he claims his African, you're the one that said he claims his Africanity. You're the one that told me that.
He's not a black man. Period.
If Fat Joe has a black grandmother, which
you're starting to troll. You're just starting getting the trolling material. You're starting getting the trolling.
But brother, what do you know about the South America or the?
I know a lot. I know everything there is to know about South America. You're trying to quiz me on all this stuff.
The reason why I'm asking you that
you're gonna start going in the circle. You get exactly what I'm saying. Like you said, I made it clear.
Make this clear. They just want everybody to just stop with the bullshit, stop with the nonsense, and just claim FBA. That's all it is.
There are 4.6 million.
We stop the bullshit. We're claiming the FBA. Whoever don't like it, that's what it is.
No problem.
Here.
There are 4.6 million black immigrants in America. There are 50. I can tell you why I'm saying this. There are 55 million Mexican or Latino Americans in America. They are a much greater threat than black immigrants could be. But all I'm hearing is this anti-blackism from FBA.
Well, that's
the smoke.
That's the part you're looking for. That's the part you're looking for because you feel like us delineating, you're losing something. That's the part you want to hear. That's why you can only hear that. People are like that. They have selective hearing. They can't see when we were just on the China Mac and the Stop Asian Hate thing. They can't see as we battle white people every day. They can't see us going after Nori Martinez and her rhetoric. They can't see us, and you just won't be able to see it. And that's fine. You just won't be able to see it.
You did that. And the Mexicans basically whooped that ass.
This is the last thing. This is the last thing I'm gonna say to you.
The Mexicans whooped that ass in LA. They basically whooped your ass in LA every single day. There's more Mexicans in California. There's more Mexicans here in Nevada, where I'm from. There's more Mexicans in the Western region.
That will only be funny
every single day. The only way to get through this is to combine together. I'm telling you.
No, you're not fighters.
I'm telling you, combine forces.
Y'all are cowards. You're not going to fight.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you didn't fight in your homeland. When you talk about Mexicans,
y'all ran away.
Homeland. You don't even know where you from, brother. Where homeland you from?
They stabbed us in the back. That's not funny.
They stabbed you in the back.
Yes, I'm gonna tell you why. Because before Mexicans,
you look just like Umar. So don't even look this way. Don't even do that Umar pose. You look just like Umar. You want to be just like Umar. You want to be just like Umar. That's why you keep talking about him. Hey, by the way. Why were y'all so mad when he got his African citizenship?
Because you're not very smart, sir.
Why did you get so mad at him for getting his citizenship, his dual citizenship? What does his dual citizenship have to do with you getting all up in your African your FBA feelings?
You're just saying stuff because you're mad because we're delineating. You're a tether. You're a fucking tether.
What does a tether mean? What does a tether mean?
You, this weird guy that goes all over the place that can't stay on topic. You're not very
versus a nigga that
stupid.
Does his little mink slide? What's the next mink slide album going to be?
Problem.
When's the next mink slide? When's the mink slide album going to come out? I want to know when the next mink slide album going to come out. When's he going to sell fragrances?
You have
I want to sell the next fragrances. I want the next fragrances. When's he going to start tricking? The same one that's been pimping white women in Detroit, Michigan, where I'm from, pimping.
You know everything about him. Talk to him.
He is your creator, sir.
You can't talk
He's the creator of FBA.
Yeah, and you can't talk to Vovo Rants about
Vovo Rants is actually a good dude. Vovo Rants debate Umar Africa one time. He's a good dude, you know. He's really a good dude. You know, I actually like
who?
Umar Africa. Do you remember that conversation y'all had a long time ago? Y'all had like a debate. Umar Africa. A long time ago.
I debate all the time. I defeat everybody. Yeah.
He's actually a good dude, but I personally think that Vovo Rants need to talk to his brothers from outside of America from time to time. And I think that a lot of his positions
I
will
don't
change.
have any brothers from outside of America.
Have you ever tried to engage someone from outside of America before? I mean, like have a conversation with them. Have you ever tried?
I'm having one with a guy right now that's from outside of America. Like right now, I'm talking to you. Am I being disrespectful? This guy got disrespectful. He talking about the Mexicans been whipping that ass. He's celebrating that. Like that.
Am I wrong? Where am I wrong at?
You're not wrong. But why are you saying that? I said you're not wrong. Can you hear?
Oh.
Yeah. But here's the
calm down, brother.
That was our ideology. That was us talking about black and brown lives. Black and brown. That was us. And they stabbed us in the back. They got their numbers up and stabbed us in the back.
They weren't going to work with you.
We know now. We know now the same
they
way.
They were never going to work with you. That was my whole point from the beginning. They were not going to work with you. What was my shit from the beginning? What was my shit from the beginning when I asked you?
Even a wise old man. You just old.
No. Seriously, what was my shtick from the beginning? I said, if we could put aside our differences to fight this one battle, become one nation. Didn't I not say that?
Okay.
Didn't I not say that?
I'm saying, yeah, you did say that. Now let me say this, right? You're not smart enough to understand that is impossible. I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Yeah. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm about to feature ideology right now. If you give me like a minute without coming off your mic. Because you, for one, you can't even identify who is black. That's the first thing. Nobody can truly identify who is black all over the world. Then, how are you going to bring all of these different groups of so-called black people together? How can you bring just the continent of Africa can't even come together? There's 50-something different countries, thousands of different tribes. They speak hundreds of different languages with thousands of different dialects of the languages. How are you going to bring those people together and then get these people, these so-called people that's in, okay, let's say you do this miracle and bring Africa together. Then you'd have to bring other groups of so-called black people. You'd have to identify who those folks are. Those people are. You'd have to bring the Caribbeans together with the people, with the so-called black people in Asia and the so-called black people in fucking, I don't know, fucking New Zealand. And the people, it's a monumental task that is impossible.
How did the Chinese do it? They don't.
The Chinese never did it. All Asians aren't the same. I'm talking about white people aren't on the same page.
In China, there's 1 billion people, brother.
It's 1 billion people that's in China. China.
So I'm saying, how did they do it? How did they come? Because they had a bunch of different languages.
They're all Chinese.
No, it wasn't always China. It was a bunch of different provinces like Africa, brother, with different tribes, same as Africa. How did they do it?
But not as many as Africa. But they weren't different countries. They weren't different.
Brother, countries is a new thing in Africa, bro. That's a new thing.
Talk about it. Yeah, talk about it. Yeah.
So if the Chinese was able to do it, why the Africans can't do it?
Because they can't.
Because they just stupid.
Because they just can't. Because you know you're asking a bad faith question. China has always been unified. China has always been unified. And if you try to leave
really
Chinese, yeah. If you try to leave Chinese unity, they're gonna drag your ass back to Hong Kong. Fucking what is the Uyghurs in China? Is it Uyghurs? The Uyghurs in China. You talking to a high level guy just look like this. I'm just black. So you talking, I'm just as smart as the white scholars, all of them. I'm the same level of them. I talk to them. Like you say, you see me on that goofy guy channel. I know exactly who you talk about. He's got a Pan-African flag, right? His name's something Africa.
Africa.
Yeah, it was like 2 months ago, right?
This is a long time ago, brother.
Oh, I don't know. You're talking about the
No, you talking.
I defeat everybody. I'm brilliant, actually. You talking to a brilliant. We just on a small space. I go to the small spaces because I like to teach. I'm actually teaching y'all. You're not about to unify Africa.
How did you unify Europe?
How are you going to unify Europe?
How did they unify Europe?
Can we unify Europe?
How did they unify Europe?
Unified because they sat down at the table. Now, that's one thing. Europe did unify. They sat down at the table and they understood that in order for us to get out of this poverty, in order for us to
so what the hell? What's wrong with us? Why can't we do the same thing?
I think
we have the resources. We have the resources, and we do have the money. What's wrong with us?
How would you get the Ethiopian on the same page with the South African? Just tell me that. Y'all got a fantasy.
The same way. The Germans are now working with the English. The same way.
How so? How? Tell me.
Because hold on. Let me.
They fought a war about that World War II.
Because they created something called the European Union, where the different countries decided to trade, do business, and have exchange with one another. Right now, they have the euro. The euro is a currency that's traded all over Europe. How did they able to unify? How did they able to unify and Africans and the Chinese is able to unify, the Europeans able to unify, but the Africans, they too crazy and they too.
I think you misunderstanding what Vovo is saying. Like he literally saying that, for instance, you talking about Europeans. Europeans had their own countries and they unified under NATO. NATO is how they really unified, but they had their own countries, their own identities, and then they said, hey, we all got the same problem. We gonna unify under NATO and fight against whoever that come against us. What you talking about? Pan-Africanism? Let me finish. Pan-Africanism should be like NATO. It shouldn't be something that we all the same, because we not. And everybody else except for Pan-Africanists understand that. So everybody got to come together and understand we not all the same, and we can all get together and understand and fight for the same cause in the end. But for us in Black America, like Vovo was saying, we got to fight our own battle to get where we got to get first, and then we can worry about the rest of y'all motherfuckers.
So you're
brother, the rest of Pan-Africanism ain't waiting on the Black Americans to get this shit together. For the people who want to work with Pan-Africans, we work together every day continuously. We don't have to wait for y'all, brothers. If y'all don't want to work with us, we wish y'all peace. We wish y'all love. We wish y'all much success.
Which I don't want, but if that happens, then so be it. But I would prefer if we put all our cards on the table, that before
and be honest. Let me
I'm saying
you don't need us. There's billions of you.
Let me say this and I'll be quiet. They upset, Vovo, because they know this shit don't work without us. None of this shit work without us. They need us.
J-Hub, let me finish what do you mean? No, when you say us, what do you mean?
You know exactly who us is. I ain't got to put a tag on it. I ain't got to put no tag.
Put a tag on it, bro. Just because somebody gonna put no tag on video up in the future.
When y'all need us, listen.
And you need us too.
Let me finish. Give me 30 seconds and I'll shut up for the rest of the night. None of those African countries got their freedom until the black man in America start fighting for his freedom. If you look at the independence days for Nigeria and all them other countries in West Africa, they didn't get their freedom until the black man in America start fighting for his freedom. All of them. All of their independence days is in the 60s. All of them.
So Haiti independence is 1804, brother.
Nobody, honestly, no offense, I don't know if you from Haiti, but nobody is worried about Haiti because look at Haiti right now.
That's the first black republic that ever existed.
No, let me say this.
I agree. I know Toussaint Louverture. You ain't got to give me no speech. I know about
brother,
Haiti.
I ain't giving you no speech.
Didn't Haiti defeat three?
Say this. Not really. I mean, that's symbolically. But if you can't capitalize off your resources in your country, off your land, are you really free? You might symbolically, you might make your head.
Give me 15 seconds.
Give me unity or give me death.
Give me 15 seconds.
Random shit. That was
you rather be free or free? You rather have freedom? Which one? And I'll explain.
That's the definition of freedom, is to be free.
No. To have freedom is to be fucking dumb. To have freedom.
Right, to have freedom.
To be free is to die for what you believe in.
That's the cost of freedom.
That's the cost of freedom.
You just dead. What are you talking about?
What do you think they were fighting? What do you think Hades were fighting for so long in 1804? Because Napoleon was coming in there and trying to get some shit, and they still Napoleon.
Type of shit. If they was really free, they would have said, "Pay France for what? Pay France back? Fuck France. We're gonna handle this shit ourselves." They weren't free. They were just they just got left alone.
Stop, brother. You're being historical.
No, wait. Let me say this just for the record, because this gonna
be history.
Part of the record. They did some dope ass shit. They did some dope ass shit. What they did was fire. I can't never knock that. But they weren't really truly free. They couldn't handle no business by themselves. They couldn't.
Stop while you're ahead, brother. I think you need to do some more review. Do some more review because you're being ahistorical. You're being poor. You're being badly informed.
Well, then, here's the thing. All right, then you could correct me. Did they not have to pay back France?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Or were they not? What are you paying them back for? For the slavery?
Because
talking about, hey, what do y'all be talking about? I'm like,
first of all, when you use that word "they," right? That's a very broad term. You have to understand that. Haiti,
before I use a broad term, and you go into this weird stuff.
Weird.
Haiti. Did Haiti have to pay?
Yes.
The country that we know on this planet called Haiti.
Yes, sir.
Did they have to not pay back France?
Yes, sir.
For enslaving them?
No.
Let's not argue about that. I think the point is.
Yeah, let's not worry about that.
Yeah, the point is, like I said, everybody, Vovo, you know this. Everybody on the planet that's black is waiting on us to get on our shit and free ourselves, because all these Jamaicans and all these other motherfuckers, they just sitting around waiting for us to do what we got to do, and then they gonna get in line just like they did in the 60s. Because when we was fighting for our freedom in the 60s, they start fighting for their freedom. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because no, 1980. Because we always been the leader of y'all motherfuckers. Y'all motherfuckers.
You're the same age as me. Stop. You're the same age as me.
What are you leading us to do? What? Leading us to do what? To do what?
Because
now I agree. Now I do agree, J Hub. I do agree on one thing. Real quick. I do agree that when it comes to our children, we do need to start anew. We do need to start anew when it comes to the togetherness and learning and teaching our kids history. Can we all agree with that? Teach our kids our history, not the white man's history, our history. Can we agree on that?
That's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, that's no problem for me.
Yeah,
but
yes, because I don't know where you're going with that. You just saying
okay. Because like I said, we can go through all this back and forth stuff all day for the next 8 hours. It's going absolutely freaking nowhere. Because you gonna claim FBA to the day that you die. We get it. I'm claiming Pan-African because I know what Pan-African does for me. But at the end of the day, you need us exactly the same way that we need you. Because again, white Europeans, white folks don't care. They just don't care. They want to get rid of you. They do.
No, they don't. They want us in a certain position. They don't want to get rid of us. We're the secret sauce.
Why do they want you in a certain position when AI is taking?
They are. They want to subjugate. They don't want to get rid of the African. They want the African digging the shit out the ground and give it to them for cheap. They want the African poor. They don't want to. They want to be over people. If they get rid of you, who will they be over? They don't want to get rid of you. If they wanted to get rid of us,
they pretty much have everything that they want. They're just greedy for more. They're just greedy for more power.
They've actually wiped people off the planet before. There's people that once lived that don't exist no more on planet Earth. If they want to get rid of you, these people are powerful. They have nuclear bombs. They have satellites in the sky.
You're speaking my language.
Yeah. If they want to get rid of you, they could. They don't want to get rid of you. They want to be over you. That's the point. Nobody.
You don't think they try to get rid of us through HIV and AIDS?
No.
The class
people at the end of the day.
Shots. I can name many instances that's not getting rid of your people.
Let me say this right: 1% of all white people are immune to AIDS. Just for the record, you can Google that because of the Black Plague. But that's a whole nother situation. They didn't create that to try to get rid of black people. When we were just so strong and overcame that. No, they come on, bro. You saying crazy shit. I mean, like if they want to get rid of a people, they've actually got rid of people.
So how FBA is going to protect themselves?
What do you mean? How are we going to? In what context? Because what do you think? I'm FBA. I protect myself every day. I got a fucking gun every day. If you see me on the street,
one man with one gun.
If you see me on the street, well then what context? What do you mean?
I said one man with one gun versus an army.
Versus the strongest army in the history of the world. What are you saying? We're in that army.
That's the problem. Now. That's the problem. Everybody think it's one man against the army. It start with just like every other civilization and society, it's man gets with a woman, have kids, starts a family, then he becomes a part of a community, and then if you ain't got no family and you ain't got no community on top of that around you, you can't build onto no nation or no civilization and shit. You just get on the internet and start talking because all of that other shit is irrelevant. You got to start with at home and then you work yourself out from there. All of this big concept shit that we talking, yeah, this shit sound fun, but the only way that this shit is going to work is if you actually working this shit from the ground level, which starts with you, and then it starts with you and a family, and then it starts with you and a group of families that surround you. And then a group of families that surround you can go out and to build a community, right? And then you can build on some on top of that and y'all can all get together. But if
that I do partially agree with.
It's 100%. If it ain't that, then it ain't nothing. It's just niggas talking on the internet.
Let me say this, right?
I think it's just nothing like that. I get it.
Our goal, not the lineage part.
Like that. With all this separation going on. I get it. Yeah. All that separation. All this gender war talk going on. But I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to say this gender war talk has been going on for quite some time now. Just to let you know. Let me
say this, right? Our goal, besides the lineage part, the goal of everybody should be to replace the system of white supremacy with a system of justice. That's the goal. That's the main goal. You're not going to get rid of white people. White people are not going to get rid of black people. But we need to, if we're going to live on this planet, it need to be a system of justice. Of justice. What is justice? Justice is the right thing. We do the right thing by each other on this planet. And we need a system that guarantees that we do the right thing by each other. That's what we're talking about. That's
who determines what the right thing is.
What?
Who determines what the right thing is?
A community. And
a community. Yep, a global community. You know the right thing. Should you knock an old lady in the head and push over and take her purse? You know that's wrong, right?
No.
You don't know that that's wrong.
No, I do know that's wrong.
Well then, so what we talking about? We know right from wrong.
No, Volvo Rhymes. What I'm saying is, in America right now, the right thing is a man has the ability to dress up as a woman, and if you call him out of his name, like if you call him like Mr. Come here, right? Then you could get in problems because these people have determined the right thing is a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man. I don't believe that that's the right thing to do. So I'm asking you, who determines what
that's
the right thing
is?
That's
the thing.
I said.
Go ahead.
Like I said, the way that you prevent that is what I said earlier. It starts with you, and then you get with somebody else, a partner that agrees with you, and you build a family on top of that, and you become a part of a community that y'all all agree. And then you can get together and fight all of these problems that people is talking about. Because if it's just you talking, it don't mean nothing. If you got somebody that you can pass this knowledge on to, that's up under you like a child, then you can move forward. But if you just out here talking, it don't mean nothing. It starts with families and communities. For instance, I'm gonna give y'all something. I used to do cabling for a company, and we used to cable apartment complexes. I worked at an apartment complex. It was all Indian people, right? These Indian people, it was 80% Indian people in the whole apartment, and they all stuck together. They all was together, and they had their community and everything. And everybody was married, and everybody was doing their thing, and they was focused on what they wanted to do. But it all started with a man and a woman together, and then a lot of times they had a child. But if you don't start at that part of it, you gonna never get together. I can't just talk to somebody online and we get together and we just have a conversation. It don't mean nothing. It got to be something that's every day, a part of who you are and your being, passing it on to a bigger part of your community that it even matters. Or we just talking on the internet.
No, J-Hub, I get that. Oh, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Volvo Rhymes. 1 second, Volvo Rhymes. I get what J-Hub is saying, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I think that's very valid. The problem with that is there are other communities out here as well. And what happens is when a community which is bigger than yours decide to put a white supremacist in office and say, we want him to lead this area where we live, which way your community is. Because you don't represent the majority of people within that community, then you could be out of doors. You could be out of doors. So you have to balance that. You should link with a community just as strong as their community, whether it's where you are or somewhere else, to make your community stronger. But if you decide to remain separate from everyone else who think just like you, that puts you always at odds with what you want to happen within your particular community. You understand what I'm saying, J-Hub?
I agree. I totally agree.
Okay.
Let me say this to your point about they saying that a man is a woman and all that type of stuff. That's there's always going to be evil that pop up. There's always going to be wrong. They're wrong. It's our job to fight against that. There's always going to be a weird ideology or some weird people that say we need to do this and do that. It's our job to fight against that. There's not going to ever be a time where we just kick our feet up and everything is all peaches. That's not going to happen. So we have to fight it. There's always going to be a fight. There's always going to be a struggle. So it's our job to fight against that. We don't believe in that. That's wrong. Now, if a man wants to put on a dress and say he's a woman, I respect him as a human being. I believe he should have the right to do that if that's what he wants to do. If that's what he wants to do with his life and he's not hurting anybody else, then I have no problem with you doing that. As long as your behavior is not hurting anybody else, I have no problem with that.
And if he goes to school in a dress, before your kids and say, now daddy has two husbands. His name is Bob and Joe. I mean, is that hurting you now? Should you have something to say about that?
That's not hurting me. I'm going to tell my daughter, no, that's not it. If that's what they want to do, that's their business. That's their business. If that's what they choose to do over there,
everything affects everyone.
But listen to what I'm saying. That does not. But there's people doing that shit every day. It has no effect on my life. If that guy wants to put on a dress, that has nothing to do with me. Nothing. But if he put a dress on me, then I got a problem with that. If you say that he got the right to put
That's next.
My thing is that's not next, because that's not happening. My thing is this. If you want to cut your own arm off, that's your business. Now, me as Vovo, I'm gonna say, hey brother, you don't need to cut your arm off. You need 2 arms. It's better with 2 arms. But if you say, fuck what you saying, Vovo, I'm gonna cut my arm off, and I don't care what you're talking about, I'm gonna cut my arm off, and you go over there and you cut your own arm off, and I can't, that's your personal arm. But if you start cutting off other people's arm, or you try to cut off my arm, that's where the problem comes in at. If your behavior start affecting the community, start affecting everybody else. But if you're not cutting off my arm, you're cutting off your own arm, I can't stop you from doing that.
Well, I think the brother was talking about in the psychological sense. If a child sees an adult do that, he or she is going to think, well, I guess it's okay if I could do those sort of things, when they know it's not. It's not okay to dress yourself as a. If you're a girl, you're not supposed to dress up as a man. You're not supposed to go into You're not supposed to go into the boys' bathroom, and a man knows he's not supposed to go into the girls' bathroom.
I agree. And we supposed to stop that. You're not supposed to be in the bathroom. But here's the thing: as children, we see a lot of shit. As adults, we see a lot of shit. It's a lot of weird shit going on in society. It's your job to say that that's wrong, to tell your children. You can't stop the guy from doing that. But it's your job to teach your children, tell your children, hey, that's wrong. That's not what we do.
Yes, sir.
That's not our ideology as people.
Yes, sir.
But if that guy do that and he's not hurting anybody, he's not breaking the laws of society, fuck him. Let him do it. Hey, I'm not about to put on a dress, but I can't go in his house and be like, hey, give me all these.
Trump's getting rid of that. You know that, right? Trump
that's a good thing. That's why I voted for him. That's one of the reasons why I voted for him.
Nah, I didn't vote for that trick bag. I ain't vote for that, but he did the right thing by saying that. He did the
right thing by supporting people. I'm calling ICE. I can't wait for Monday. Tuesday, I'm gonna start calling ICE. So I got somebody lined up right now. I can't wait to call.
Shit.
Yeah, to call ICE.
Yeah, I'm calling ICE for sure. Hell yeah, I'm calling ICE. I'm calling ICE like a motherfucker. I can't wait to call ICE.
Do your thing, brother.
And you probably think I'm playing. You probably think I'm joking. I'm dead ass serious. This Arab, I want to call ICE on him so bad. I'm not sure if it's status, but he told me that his status was fucked up. So I ain't sure where he got his name. I've been Googling his name. I can't wait for immigration. I'm gonna go to his immigration hearing. I'm gonna denounce everything that he's saying. I wanna be a witness.
Nah, Vovo, I have no smoke for the African Americans. I look at things like this. You know what I mean? I get love for people who get love for me. I don't have love for people who don't have no love for me. You know, I just leave it at that. You gotta call me fucking Tether. You don't even know me. I kind of look at that kind of way. But I figure, hear me out first.
What did you say? What did you say? Because you're not a tether just for existing.
That's what FBA say, bro. That's what FBA say, bro.
That's a lot of stupid motherfuckers, but just know that you're not a tether just for existing. We don't hate you. We have no reason why. Why would we hate? Why would we just randomly hate? We've never been that type of people. That was us saying the Rainbow Coalition, Black and Brown Lives, Pan-Africanism. That shit comes from us. So we have no reason.
Fogo, stop saying that, bro. That's not true, bro.
What?
That's not true. Pan-Africanism.
We'll be going in circles again.
Okay. Okay.
Can we just start from here?
What?
This is the We-On-Loc channel.
No. Yes.
This is the We-On-Loc channel. And I say this. I don't care who you are. This is a safe zone. You're safe with me.
For sure.
You safe with everybody who was around me. We're gonna agree to disagree, but in a healthy type of a way. If we can come to some type of agreement and put it on the table, then we're gonna be good. We are going to be good. We're gonna put that into action. If you want to put that into action, fine. Fine. Tell me where to meet. I'll try to meet up with you, bro. I'll meet up with you.
No, man. I think Vovo have a good spirit. If I was in his company, I'd probably make him laugh. We probably have some beers or cigars together. If when he get on his FBA shit, I'll just leave him to himself. But like I say, man, it's no hate. I just think that check your boys. Check
FBA,
your boys.
Let me say, with FBA, everything that was developed here in the United States is ours. Straight up, hands down.
Why you say that? Why you say that We-On-Loc? We gonna get into who invented hip hop conversation.
What I mean is like say they all say jazz. They say jazz, right? Jazz, rap, rock and roll. All that shit is basically ours. I can name before Elvis Presley it was who? It was not Sam Cooke, but the other guy. Before it was rock and roll, I can name plenty of black rock and roll legends. When it comes to the helicopter, when it comes to the stoplight, the peanut, the shoe, all that comes from a foundation of Chubby Checker. This nigga said Chubby Checker. This motherfucker said
He's talking about the blues.
I know. I see y'all mentioning Tariq. At the end of the day, Tariq isn't a bad guy. He's a businessman.
I never said he was a bad guy, but he's
he's a businessman. He's a father. He's a I can never say that word right. He gives to the community.
Philanthropist, yeah.
I can't say it.
So does Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar deals with kids and young adults.
Nothing wrong with Dr. Umar. I don't agree with his ideology, but he's not a bad guy. Let me say this: he's a businessman, business owner. He fights for his people. He's a father. He's a family man. You know what I mean? There's nothing really wrong with the guy. He's a musician. You know what I mean? Some people don't agree with his music. I heard you mention Mink Slide earlier and all that type of shit. You might not like his music, but he's a musician. He's an actor. He's really a dope human being at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with the guy. He isn't hurting anybody. He's not doing anything out the way. There's nobody dying from his rhetoric or his ideology. He's not doing anything really wrong. Like he's not. If you don't agree with the guys, like Dr. Umar, you mentioned, I don't agree with Dr. Umar saying, but Dr. Umar's fighting for his people. His heart is in the right place. You know what I mean? I believe that he's wrong and his ideology is outdated, but he's not a bad guy either. So like these guys, let's not find a reason to hate somebody. It's a lot of people that in this world to hate. You know what I mean? Or dislike.
He does that.
Who?
He don't have to hate on Africans. He don't have to hate. He don't have to call them.
Like this stuff is unjust. He's only talking about the Africans that come here and hating on us. You making it seem like he's talking. Africans don't have anything that Black Americans want. Nothing. There's nothing that Black Americans want that Africans got. What?
No,
what?
I'll take some of them resources. I ain't gonna lie to you.
All right, bro.
Craig, you take any damn resource.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you letting me speak on your platform.
Nah, don't go yet.
I'm about to go eat, man, and go to sleep, man. Where I'm at, it's like 12:30. So, I appreciate you letting me speak on your platform. It was respectful for the most part. It was respectful. I wouldn't mind coming back. You know what I mean?
We'll start over. We'll start anew.
And that's all we can ask. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, now. Take it easy. Craig, what why are you late? What's going on, bro? What's going on?
So late.
What is it you gonna say this time, bro? What did I do wrong, bro?
Man, you just doing you. I'm just listening. You know what I'm saying? I was in and out for a little bit, but I was just listening.
You put Lisa to sleep. Lisa,
I wasn't. I ain't sleep yet.
No, I said Lisa. You said he played
Lisa. I noticed when I left for like 20 minutes. I came back. She was gone, so I was like, y'all done put her to sleep.
Well, Lisa got things to do. But you know what? At the end of the day, this was a learning experience, especially for me. And like I said, I have to hold myself accountable for learning about the generals in South Africa, and with the videos the video that I played earlier. I need to learn about those folks and beyond that. So I really need to get on my P's and Q's about certain people in Africa and people here. So I got to get to studying. I got to do what I have to do. But my brother, I don't want to butcher your name. What do I call you?
You could just call me Bawana.
Bawana.
Yeah. We have discussions like this all the time. Like I say, on Saturday nights, if you're free. And Neferkari Desaline is a good channel. In terms of
I will try my damnedest to be there.
Yeah. You played him tonight. That clip you played, that video. Mm-hmm. He's a guy. He's very informative, and he could educate you on a whole lot of things that's happening in Africa, especially French Africa. The French countries in Africa. But like I say, if you can make it, all the brothers are invited. Y'all could just have y'all say. We talk about a myriad of different topics. If you go to that channel, We-On-Loc Nation, you'll get a kind of idea of what we talk about on Saturday nights. And if it's your thing, you can just hop on and just have a conversation with the brothers. Brothers from all walks of life, all over America. Some brothers in Africa right now. And
put it in the back chat.
Yeah, even in the Americas. Okay. But that's really it. I'll just leave it. Where's the back chat?
Put actually private chat. My bad. Just put it in the private chat, and then I'll tap onto it. Like I said, this was good. This was good. This wasn't no. He said for the most part, it was good for the most part. I thought I was gonna have Tyreek himself come up on board and just start talking some shit, but apparently we got got some followers here, which they were respectful. So I had to backtrack my previous statement and say that we're not going to have some FBAs come with some common sense. So I will subtract that. We do have some brothers who do come up here with some common sense and actually have a conversation over the fact that this is our lineage and this and that and the world is mine and all this and all this. I get it. But my thing of it is, again, if we don't come together with some unity, and Greg, you're basically going to say this is a pipe dream. But I believe this to be true. If black people were to actually give a damn, to give some type of a damn about, we already know what we're going through. We already know what we have been through. And the one thing I want people to start acknowledging is we are still in the Willie Lynch chip. If we can't acknowledge that, we can't go nowhere.
Oh boy. Yo, nobody cares about that, bro.
I knew you were gonna say that. You're honest, at least.
I'm just saying, man. Like, bro, nobody really cares about that, man. Like, everybody.
Well, let me ask you. Are you talking about that or everything in general?
Everything, bro. Everything. Nobody cares, bro. Across the board. That's what a lot of black people aren't realizing. Like, this is not just a black issue, bro. Like, look at the country amongst white people, the biggest voters in the country. And you got white people actually voting for tampons in boys' bathrooms.
I heard
all
about
this
that.
DEI shit. They voting for all this crazy shit. These are the biggest voters in the country, bro. So it's not just a black and white thing. Like, everything is fucked up. And it's been fucked up for a lot of years. Black people are just focused on black people as if white people don't exist in this country, which is the trendsetters of the whole world. We set the trends for the whole world. And white people are fighting. They're 50-50 on everything, bro. Like, yo, it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. If you, me, or anybody else that came on your show tonight could figure out a way to make it for themselves and their family, that's the best you can do. Each individual household has to do the best that they can do. And when you combine that amongst thousands of families, and then it reaches millions of families, that's how we're gonna get out of this shit. But but even that is like just the probabilities of that happening that's slim, bro. This shit ain't gonna happen, man. Like, yo, I'm looking at this shit like, if I were to put my money up on this shit, I'm not gonna put much money up on it. Because I don't think that it's gonna happen in my lifetime. Period. So I look at it like that. Am I gonna put money up on this as like a new venture that just popped up, a new stock? Am I gonna put money up on this stock for this company to go up? Hell no. I'm just not, bro. Would I like to see it happen? Of course. But come on, I gotta be realistic, bro. This shit ain't gonna fucking happen. White people got look at white people right now. They got control of the whole country right now, and look how they're dealing with this shit, dog. Yo, this shit's all fucked up. Look at California.
Technically, it's mostly Chinese, but you got it.
Nah, man. White people got this shit sold up, bro. Come on, you know that, bro. This country, you tell me Chinese got this country sold up? Come on, man.
Not yet, but the technology that they keep bringing into the country, and
listen, that's years. That's
2050 is going to be looking kind of rough.
Exactly, 2050, nigga. I'm 35 years old, bro. 2050, you think I'll be 55 fucking years old, nigga. My motherfucking hip probably gonna be going up by then, nigga.
I hope you do make it.
Me too.
I hope you do. And that's no goddamn joke. That's no joke at all.
But you see how you said that? I hope you make it. Like, that shit's like fucking eons away. Nigga, that shit's gonna creep up on a nigga so fast it'll make your fucking head spin. And you know it. You know how time goes by so fast. Are you talking about some global shit happening amongst black people? Come on, bro. You gotta be realistic, man.
Is that what we want? Isn't that what we've been asking for all this time?
Yeah,
but you got to put boots on the ground. You do know that, right?
Yo, son, bro.
You gotta get your fingers a little dirty. You do know that, right?
I feel you, but bro, like I said, you gotta be realistic, man. You gotta be realistic. I heard y'all talking, man. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't even hear me say a number. You didn't even hear me say a number.
You said 2050.
No. When it comes to people coming together, you didn't hear me put a number on it, did you? No, you didn't.
What was the number? What's the number? Tell me your number. I'm interested.
Right now, I got 4. If we can get 4 people to, of course, we're gonna argue our differences. Of course, we're gonna do that. It's gonna be a little rough, and sometimes we gotta go in the backyard and we gotta duke it out a little bit, and then afterwards, we sit our asses down and crack a cold one, and start this shit all over again. And then we gonna have to agree on something, and then afterwards, the thing that we agreed on, we almost fucked up.
Yeah, but yo, we're gonna always agree, bro, because we're not the people in power. The people in power want power. The power corrupts, absolutely. We already know how the saying goes, bro. That's why we haven't gotten nowhere to this day. Because a lot of what we need is African resources. The cocoa, the fresh water, the soul, everything. The cobalt. We need everything, bro.
And if we build infrastructure here, we can get some of that stuff and we can port it over here.
It's not gonna happen, bro.
How much of we can absolutely? Do you know how many abandoned? We know how many abandoned buildings we can actually get over here, especially in the United States of America.
Yeah,
and
we what are you gonna do with those buildings, bro?
Into something.
Bro, what are you gonna do with those buildings? That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta understand that.
Hold on, because you be talking too much shit. What was the? What's saying, the one
bro,
thing?
like,
No. I need to know because you sound like a perfectly good. You have ideas.
Yeah, I know how we can get to exactly where you want us to get to, bro. But I'm looking at this shit realistically. That's what you're not
I didn't say
understanding.
it was gonna happen overnight. I mean, come on.
I know bro. This like, exactly, and you're not understanding that this is a plan that's gonna take 200 to 400 years to do. You're not realizing that.
You have not no 400 years.
Yeah, nigga, 200 at a minimum, bro. If we fast track everything that you want to do, bro, this is easily 150 years minimum. Minimum, bro. The first 50 years is gonna be absolute carnage, and then it's rebuilding.
Sports?
It says sports.
Yeah, you into sports much?
I used to be, not so much lately. I'm more into finance and shit.
Okay, so let's just say, for example, we find a suitable building that we can put money in. I'll put my money and you put your money in. You can, while everything is being fixed up, electricity and everything, you can import, say, jerseys from anywhere from New Jersey, LA, or even somewhere overseas somewhere. Have that shit imported here, right? You want the quality stuff, not the quantity stuff. You want to get the quality stuff. And we can put it in our store and we can sell it for a price. That's your business right there. And once our business is successful, give it a good 4 or 5 years or something like that, then we get another business, or we get somebody else who is American, African American, whatever. Have them sell or buy or sell with us, and we can buy and sell with them. That's how the money works.
Yeah,
They're right next door. They're right next door to us, right? And they're buying from us as well as we buy from them, and everybody else is every other customer is buying from our facilities. And pretty soon we're having somebody from next door. Next door can be a barber shop. You see what I'm saying? Next door can be somebody who could be cutting hair or doing hair or whatever the case may be. That's a start. And within 10 years, 10, maybe 20 years or so, we have a community. And that money is transferred 8 to 12 times. That's what Dr. Claude Anderson wanted. That's what Dr. Claude Anderson was fighting for. That's the whole point. I don't agree to the FBA stuff. I don't know about all that. But let's just say that he was. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everything is foundational. Just like here. Everything is foundational. What you and I are doing is foundational. Well, even though I don't claim foundation. I just know that we're both Pan-African. We both know that we can rely on people, especially when we have our own fucking protection looking after us. Security. We're going to have our own fucking security. But these things take time, Craig. These things take time. I'm not worried about all this other stuff. I'm not worried about that.
You have to be, bro. What you're talking about? What you're talking about is a business, bro.
And we can create our own, right?
Listen, what you're talking about is a business, right? And right now, you're living in a country that's based on business, that's based on ground roots, grassroots business, getting it from the ground up, right? Capitalism. That's what you're talking about, capitalism. I'm a capitalist, right? So I understand that something like that, to the level that you want to get to, it's going to have a blend between capitalism and socialism. And the socialism is going to be the problem because nobody likes a bum. There's a lot of motherfuckers out here that want to do nothing but want everything, right? So
you can spot those out.
You can what?
I said you can spot those out.
You can spot them out?
Yeah, I said you can spot them out.
Yeah, I do, and I cut the motherfuckers off every chance I get.
Okay, so what's the problem?
That's the problem. When y'all niggas come up with this whole blackity black agenda shit, I'm looking around like, bro, there's too many fucking leeches out here, bro. There's too many people out here that want something for nothing.
Do the same thing.
They do. Bro. They do. They do. That's that. Like I told you in the beginning, bro. Everybody's dealing with the same shit. Y'all niggas forgot. Y'all niggas. Y'all pro-black motherfuckers forgot. Y'all niggas act like white people ain't going through the same shit black people's going through, bro. That's the issue, man. Well, y'all niggas act like white people got it all made and shit. Y'all niggas need to take a ride through. Y'all niggas need to take a. Y'all know what I mean? Yo, listen, bro.
I get it.
Have you ever seen these rural communities, my nigga? How fucked up these communities are? You drive by a house and you like, damn, there ain't no way nobody live up in there. Hell no. Can't nobody live in that house. And then you see an AC and then you keep rolling. Listen, you keep rolling. Like, yo, there's a fucking AC in the fucking. How the fuck they got an AC? And then you see it, beware the dog. No trespassing. You keep driving. Now you're passing the house fully. 80% passing the house. You see 2 cars in the driveway. Like, who the fuck trespassing on that shit, nigga? That shit look like it's ready for demolition.
Dude,
you see, bro, listen, and you see hundreds of those houses, bro.
He said, dog, beware dogs.
Nigga. Y'all niggas be acting like these white folks is out here living with motherfucking gold sinks and gold toilets and shit. Nigga, These white folks in power don't give a fuck about their own people, bro. Don't you realize that? Okay, so how you acting like they only after us? They after everybody. This is capitalism, bro. They after everybody.
You just said it. You just said it. They're after everybody, and we don't give a fuck about them either,
bruh. That's not the point. That's not the point, bro. Like you're not seeing the big picture. You're really not seeing the big picture on how all this shit connects. You're really not, bro. Cause listen,
up to the top. You talking about the Illuminati? You talking about them?
Yeah, they control everything, bro. The World Economic Forum already said you're gonna own nothing to be happy. Look at how everything's rising. All the prices on property taxes is rising. The food, they taking farmland. They working with China, Vietnam, Cambodia. Nigga, we can't produce our own shirts in this country. You talking about producing shirts?
South Africans are taking back their farmlands from white folks.
Come on, man. Listen, again, like I told you before, it's going to take at least 150 years, bro. At least. That's the bottom end. That's the bottom end. Period. That's the bottom end.
Meanwhile, we can start anew right now if we wanted to.
No, I'm good,
man. Put our petty differences aside.
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. I'm not.
I can see it. Craig's Pizza. We're going to Craig's Pizza. What we doing Craig's Pizza? Craig makes some good ass pizza. Get the fuck on here.
Yeah, sure.
How much is he selling it for? He's selling it for $10.99. Get him a medium. You get that motherfucker a medium and they eat your shit. It's like, oh, I'm coming back next week. Hell, I might even come for lunch.
Yeah, you
get money. You get money like that.
You motherfucking right. Hell yeah, nigga. I'll be open from 10 to motherfucking 11.
And then people look and say, wow, is he really making sense? Let's go over here. It's like I could give you a 10% haircut. Cause you know how haircuts cost like, I don't know, $30 or something like that, which is kind of
50.
Ooh.
My nigga charged me 35, but I give him 50. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
35 for a fade?
Yo, my nigga nice. He white too. Put a stamp on that nigga. And that boy white, son.
Hey, I guess if you can cut it, you cut it.
Nigga, that boy nice. Yo, listen, man. That boy been nice since like 2011, bro. Facts.
Nice.
And when I hit that nigga up and I tell him I'm gonna be there at 2, he don't say I gotta wait till 5. You know what I'm saying? That's what black people be fucking up. That's why I had to cut off my last nigga, man.
Well, I mean, but
years ago.
I'm not saying that. It's like once we get our shit off the ground, then I'm not gonna be hiring any other ethnicity. I'm not saying that. We just need to deal with our shit first, and then we can hire some people who are actually good at what they do.
Bro, you're gonna have to. That's what you don't understand, nigga. This is.
I just didn't get it. What are you talking about?
You're gonna have to, yeah. But you're saying, you're saying that shit like it's a fucking luxury. Oh, yeah, I'll hire you to, nigga. You're gonna have to.
Okay.
You're not gonna have a choice.
I had no problem with that. None.
Come on, bro. You're not gonna have a choice. The price is too high.
Guess what? Bob Marley's going up on that wall.
The wall.
Fred Hampton's going up on that wall.
That's cool. Nobody give a fuck about that. Ain't nobody gonna know who Fred Hampton is, nigga. You could put Mega Evans on that motherfucker. You could put motherfucking whoever the fuck, nigga. They ain't gonna know who's that. The food's good. We buying. I told her you gonna have white folks up in and out of that motherfucker. Oh, they got good barbecue. We there. Nigga, white folks don't give a fuck, bro. It's only black people that's on this shit.
I get
White
it.
folks don't give a fuck. They got good food, they got good barbecue, or they got good brisket, or the ribs is good. Oh hell yeah! I'll wait 2 hours.
I wonder where they got that shit from. Yeah.
Here we go.
Now,
Here
I'm
we go.
just saying.
Here we go.
Craig, I gotta bounce. I got family business, but love you, bro. I support you. Take your ass to work. Do something. You know what I'm saying? But, bro, you're welcome here anytime. Don't come with that white shit all the time.
When I see you, I'm gonna hop on, bro.
Hey, if a white man beat your ass, what you gonna do then?
Man,
we don't want help. I'm like, I thought you was white people.
Man, if he beat my ass, bro. Well, if he starts some shit, he beat my ass, man. Take my motherfucking hat, bro.
And I'm not gonna let you. I'm not. If I was anywhere near you, that wasn't gonna happen. Just to let you know. Just to let you know. Just to let you know. Just to let you know.
You win some, you lose some, Craig.
Yeah, losing materials, you can get it back. Losing your life, that's something else.
Oh, you fucking right, man.
Get out of here, Craig. Get out. Get out. Get out.
All right, bro. I'm gonna see you, bro.
All right, take it easy, man. Be safe out there.
Word. You too, man.
Yeah, this was lovely. Lisa, I'll hit you up. Give me a few minutes, and I will hit you up soon. Just like I said, this was a good conversation. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel, because we're gonna continue to have talks like this. I don't care what nobody says. To me, this was perfect. This was perfect. Now, how many FBA people are going to arrive? I don't know. Pretty soon, there's going to probably see some Adolf people come up here. I don't know. More Pan-Africanists? Oh, sure, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is what I've been waiting for. Let's get it. Sayonara. All right.